this is a chart that kind of gives you an idea of where we have team members throughout the county. We stretch from Fredonia and Page to Tuba City, over to Williams, down to Flagstaff, and then down to the southeastern tip of the county at Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes. And for example, Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes, they each have there's a public works team member there and a sheriff's deputy, for example. So that's where you see the two. But it differs throughout the county. But that gives you an idea of and a flavor of where we have employees throughout the county on behalf of the organization to, again, serve people and community. When you dive deeper into Flagstaff, within Flagstaff, our service locations include, public works facility there at the far right out at Sheep Hill, to downtown where we have, our largest presence. We have our King Street campus, the county school superintendent you see on there, down to Sawmill, which is our law enforcement facility that we co-locate with the city of Flagstaff, where we have sheriff, adult detention, and patrol, again, in partnership with the city of Flagstaff, and then down to Fort Tuthill County Park, where Parks and Recreation is located. So some of our departments are led by elected officials. So you see on the on the left side of this, obviously we have the Board of Supervisors, where the clerk of the board falls under the Board of Supervisors and reports to the board. But I work in conjunction with on a daily basis, and Lindsay is awesome, as you all know, in the work that her and her team do every day. And then we have 7 constitutional officers that are listed there that you all are very familiar with. Again, more elected departments. We have a Superior Court, which falls under the states. And we talked about that some last Thursday, but we have the Arizona Superior Court in Coconino County. We do have, as we've stated, 8 Superior Court judges. We have 4 Justice of the Peace precincts in Flagstaff, Williams, Page, and Fredonia. 2 of those precincts do have a constable, both Flagstaff and Williams. So I want to just talk briefly about some departments that are close to home here. Obviously, in the county manager's office. The county manager's office is made up of the manager, plus currently we have 3 DCMs. I do work directly with Siri and the finance team, along with public affairs and special initiatives, but again, work hand in glove with the DCMs. So just a brief review. DCM Joanne Keene does currently have primary responsibility for facilities management, information technology, and human resources. And we heard from Joanne last Thursday, along with Lucinda and Dr. Peoples. Lucinda, again, serves also as the Public Works Director, along the floodplain administrator. Lucinda does have currently primary responsibility for emergency management, parks and recreation, and community development. And Dr. Peoples is in that HHS and justice space that includes our health and human services team, public fiduciary, the legal defender, and the public defender. We have in county government, counties are subdivisions of the state. So, the state legislature makes a decision to form counties to deliver basically state services at a local level. That's why counties were originally created. We went some of that history last Thursday, but we kind of have some of these hybrid, county state partnership departments. Cooperative Extension is actually run by the University of Arizona, but is located in county facilities, and that's Hattie Braun. She is over at our 3rd Street location. And many of you are familiar with Cooperative Extension, but they provide services throughout the county, not just in the Flagstaff area. And we've actually have a temporary employee that is working up in the northern part of the county in the Page. Adult probation, juvenile court services, court administration, the Superior Court, and then our 4 justice courts that we mentioned. Again, they're all in county facilities. It's a partnership between state funding and county funding that Siri will get into as we go further into like the budget process, for example, and you'll better understand kind of the hybrid funding model. I'll just give you an example. Like in the Superior Court, we have 6 recognized state Superior Court divisions. We actually have 8 Superior Court judges, but we have 6 divisions. So in those 6 divisions, the judges that sit in those 6 divisions, the state pays half of the judge's salary, the county pays half. I just share that as an example of kind of the hybrid model that exists with our partnership with the state in many areas, largely in the justice space, as you see on the slide here. One of the things that we'll be talking with the board about moving forward, but there are a lot of very important boards and commissions that are appointed by the Board of Supervisors that you all appoint to, sit on. This list here is just an example of a partial list of those things where, like the library board, for example. So there's an advisory board for the library district, and so a board member has typically been assigned, and it could be a county representative, but a board member has typically been assigned, and we'll talk about like assignments like that at our January 12th evening meeting. You all have in your books, in your briefing books, a full list of the appointments for the board that'll be refreshed again at the January 12th meeting with the new board, the constituting of the new board. So if you haven't already, I encourage you to take a look at that. I know Eric will be, our public affairs director, Eric Peterson, will be visiting with you prior to the January 12th meeting to kind of walk through that, answer questions that you may have about individual organizations that we appoint to, where your areas of interest are. But we will pull this apart some more again on January 12th. But just gives you an example of the scope of organizations, kind of boards and commissions that the Board of Supervisors does make appointments to. Some of those are appointing a member of the board to be the primary lead with that particular board or commission, or in some cases, like with the Flagstaff Arts Council, for example. The board has chosen to, at the current state, appoint Sue Brown to represent the board and the county's interest on the Flagstaff Arts Council board of directors. We do have countywide funding districts. So there, as the Board of Supervisors, you sit as the Board of Directors, and County Attorney Ring reminds us of this frequently. But you sit as the Board of Directors for the jail district, the public health services district, the flood control district, and the library district. So you are the Board of Directors of those. These districts are revenue streams. So they are like for the jail district, for example, the jail district funds may be used only for the operation of adult detention. So that includes staff, supplies, but the jail district does not pay for the sheriff's patrol division, the patrol side of the sheriff's office. The jail district has a color of money that is focused solely on the operation of adult detention. So you'll be learning more about these, but you'll be resolving into those districts because, again, the Board of Supervisors does sit as the Board of Directors for these districts. So in these districts, we have staff that are funded by these districts. They are county employees in every case. So they're all county employees. Just some of the employees in these districts are funded with a different color of money that has a specific purpose to it. So, Madam Chair, I hope kind of this brief overview has been helpful. Again, as we continue to work with the board and our supervisors elect to, kind of pull apart who Coconino County is. It's a complex organization that is again a partnership with the state in funding and operation. And Madam Chair, I will turn back the time to you for us to move on to. I believe we'll hear from our County Attorney, Bill Ring. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much. We have probably about 2 minutes or so to be able to ask them any questions that you might have. Also understanding at the end of the day, we have additional time. Any questions for County Manager Jane? And if you just jump in, go ahead.
There was a request to get the PowerPoint. I'll send that out to the entire board. So
great, excellent. Okay, well then let's move on to County Attorney Bill Ring. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. It's very good to be with you early in the morning. I know you have a long day of orientation, so I'll try to be as efficient as I can. But understanding that this is a high-level overview, if at the end of this you have any questions that you want to drill down into one of the functions or the many functions that we accomplish on behalf of you as your civil lawyers and on behalf of our constituents as the county attorney, please feel free to reach out to me. I look forward to it. We have a lot to accomplish in this term of 4 years. We've got one of the best teams in the state to do that, and there's leadership qualities that we all have. In the end, I'll come back to comment from time to time on what those leadership qualities look like and allow us to do. Lindsay, I want to share my screen with you if I can. So
you should be able to, Mr. Ring, if you just click share screen on the bottom. So.
The green button.
Yeah. Is it possible that you can see that?
We see it.
All right, so I'm going to turn my attention then over to this PowerPoint. You can see this says Coconino County Attorney's Office, who we are in fiscal 2020. I will tell you what, this has been the most challenging year to figure out who we are. Who we are in 2019 is not who we are in 2020, and it's not going to be who we are in 2021 or 2022 going forward. COVID changed all of that. We've been remotely deployed since March of last year. So if you add up the months, it's 8 or 9 months of remote deployment. The material that I have for you here was composed in early 2020 was the last time I touched this PowerPoint. I don't believe that the 2020 that we've experienced is a good reflection of a baseline for any of the functions that you'll be introduced to today. The COVID has presented challenges. It's also presented opportunities. So who we are in 2020 is unique. I'm going to give you the baseline from 2019, which is the last stable period we have to reflect upon the county attorney's office in its normalcy. All right. This is our mission statement. We preserve and protect the community's sense of justice and fairness. So when an injustice occurs, you can have confidence that we're going to pursue remedies that are just and fair and reasoned and complete. We contribute certainty and stability to our local governments every day and the advice we offer and the services we deliver. That last sentence really is a description of what our civil division does for all the various county departments, but also the other agencies that we represent in Coconino County as their statutory counsel. The first part, the second sentence there really is meant to describe the work of the criminal division, where when we come to prosecution, where we think an injustice has occurred that's created victims or injuries or just a disturbance of the peace, in some form or fashion, you can have confidence that the remedies we seek are those that are fair and those that are just. This is our people. Let me tell you, when you think about what any of the departments that will present today are about, and I'm going to speak specifically about our department, the greatest value that we have is our human capital. I mean, this organization is 1,000 people strong. We're 47. But the way that we get the mission accomplished that we just described is through the work of these people. You know, the thing that we've got is human capital. The thing that we want to cultivate is human capital. We want to recruit human capital and we want to retain human capital. It's the human capital that we deploy against all the problems and situations and challenges that we face. So the most important part of our organization is the people. And we know that, and we value it greatly. We have two main units. I'm going to describe to you the civil unit first. If you look on the right, many of those individuals in the civil unit are still in the civil unit. We've had a couple substitutions, but this is, and on the left you can see the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Supervisors. Rose Winkler is the senior lead of this unit of the County Attorney's Office, and she sits with the board there on the far right as you face the dais. We advise the board, we advise all the departments that Jimmy laid out in the day-to-day affairs of being the business of the government. So that's what our civil division does. We accomplish it with 5 attorneys, 1 paralegal, and 1 support staff. That's woefully inadequate. And we can address that in the spring when we start talking about budget. But the point is that the way we accomplish the mission for the county, the districts that Jimmy laid out, jail and health and others, is accomplished, flood control is accomplished by those people that sit there. And they're a very talented group. One member is now a former president of the State Bar of Arizona. Rose Winkler is extraordinarily experienced. Yvonne View has more than 20 years experience as an attorney. And we have a wonderful paralegal and support staff. The thing to know, it's interesting about the civil division, is that it also statutorily is counsel to school districts, and it's also counsel to fire districts. And there's salt and pepper throughout Coconino County, which is a very large county. So as far as Fredonia, as far north as Fredonia, as far west as Williams, and points in between, you'll find the civil division deployed. The criminal unit is composed of felony prosecutors and misdemeanor prosecutors. There's 15 individuals when we're fully staffed that work across the criminal unit. They handle prosecution of all major crimes, felonies, and now a felony is any crime that's committed anywhere in Coconino County where we have jurisdiction. Now, we don't have jurisdiction on the Navajo or the Hopi or other tribal nations. We don't have jurisdiction inside the Grand Canyon, a national park, but there are areas outside in the unincorporated areas and inside municipalities where we will prosecute major crimes. The misdemeanor unit prosecutes crimes that happen in the unincorporated area of the county because towns like towns like Williams or cities like Flagstaff have their own city attorneys to prosecute the offenses that occurred there. But we prosecute misdemeanors as they occur out in as they occur in the unincorporated areas, felonies anywhere in Coconino County. We have support staff. If you add up the numbers, we're 22 attorneys and 24 support staff. These are pictures of our support staff. They're our people, but they're our base, folks. Let me tell you, we can't accomplish the mission that we do as solo practitioners. The only way we accomplish the mission of the county attorney's office is to do it through teamwork. We as attorneys cannot accomplish what we do without the support of our staff. These are wonderful people. The space they work in, you can get a depiction of it there. It's tight space, but they get the job done day in and day out, in good times, bad times. So, you know, we really praise those people. You talk about human capital. This is a lot of the stock of our human capital. Wonderful people. A couple other things that we function through. is Victim Compensation Board. These are volunteer citizens. You might recognize a couple of those people around the table. When an injury occurs through the commission of a crime, there is a small fund that's granted to us from the state to compensate victims for some of the unusual incidents that occur after the ambulance leaves, after the police are gone, after the detectives are done their work. You might have a home in disarray. You might have stains throughout the living area. You might have damage to property as a result of whatever violent event occurred in those spaces. It's not easy work, but we've got great volunteers on the compensation board. Victim Witness Services is a very important function that, and that this is unique to Coconino County. We hire an NGO to be our victim witness team. It's Victim Witness Services. They provide all the we outsource that, all the constitutional functions of our victim relations. We keep the constitutional supervision in the office, but the work is performed by Victim Witness Services. People recognize the dog, that's Fanta. Another thing that we're involved in, and I try to take lead in this, is public advocacy. We meet with our constituents, we meet with our communities, we spend time in the community to try to understand the pulse of the community. Pulse is important because it tells us how we exercise our discretion. So we do a lot of public advocacy. In fact, it's something I like to do. When times are good, COVID has put a real crimp on this, but we expect that that's going to be over. And we'll get back to contacts with our communities, especially the chapter houses on the nation. That's one of the places I love to go when times are good. We believe in honor, integrity, and truth. We take an oath every year, and that's going to happen in January. And you can see that picture. That's my wife, Lisa. She's administering the oath of office to me. I turn around and administer it to our attorneys. Jane Nicoletti Jones, my chief, who's on the call with you this morning, takes the oath and administers it to our staff. When we do that oath ceremony, we give out a challenge coin. And on this coin, it's a two-sided coin with a picture of the courthouse. And on the back is engraved honor, integrity, and truth. And the idea there is that as an attorney, when you get in a pinch, you're in the courtroom and challenges are made, arguments are made, you're thinking on your feet about how to respond. And you may be uncertain at that time exactly what to say, but if you come back to the base point, the challenge coin, if you come back to that fixed point in your life, you will do the right thing if you remember honor, integrity, and truth. We do a lot of advocacy, and this is part of leadership, and it's part of what being an elected official as opposed to an appointed director, an elected official does. So on the left, you can see, and Lena Fowler, you're there. Sarah Benatar and Supervisor Parks, we were at the White House advocating on behalf of Coconino County. On the right, I spend a significant amount of time starting in January, February at the legislature advocating for the passage of legislation, laws that improve the quality of life in our community. These are just other pictures from Washington as we meet and work around the Capitol. This goes by way of saying, I say this often to our peers, we're a small county. I mean, it's a large area, but few in population. We're like a mouse. But we box above our weight class, and we really do. When you think about the leadership that you'll hear from this agenda through the rest of the day, you've got elected officials in every department that are the leads of their area. I am the president of the Arizona County Attorneys Association. Of the 15 county attorneys, I'm the president of that association. I'm vice chair on the APAC, which is the Arizona Prosecuting Attorneys Advisory Council. I'm on the board of directors of the National District Attorneys Association. They're housed in Arlington, Virginia, near the Capitol. And this is all a quality of leadership. It's how we project Coconino County into the world and into our state. It's a quality of leadership. It's something that I think is unique to Coconino County. And it's one of the things that we should really cherish, develop, and leverage. Budget graph, realize these are older trends. Again, 2020 is not like anything else we've seen, but our budget is approximately $5.4 million. It's made up of two portions. One portion is from the general fund, and another portion is from special revenue funds that we receive from the state of Arizona, and a couple other sources, a couple from the federal government. What we really want to watch here, rather than worry about 2020, is that we want to keep our eye on the trends. Are the budgets increasing or decreasing or leveling off? And what does that mean for purposes of accomplishing the mission that we started with in slide number 1? This is just a chart from fiscal 2019 about how we've deployed our FTEs, our employees. This is about what it looks like, but you can see there's changes in 17, 18, and 19. I really want to praise my chief, Jane Nicoletti Jones. You know, she treats the positions on the left like a baseball scorecard. We're always moving people to different positions, to take different postures, to change our configuration to meet the challenge that we face in the year ahead. She's a master at being, the coach in the dugout and the leader on the field when you got to take the mound and tell people, how to reposition themselves. So we try to massage this as much as we can to extract the greatest value, efficiency, and efficacy in the county attorney's office. Some of this information is stale, again, but one of the things that's true of the county attorney's office is that approximately 75% of our attorney workforce is under the age of 40. So that can leave you with a couple of impressions. We have the opportunity, and I take this first challenge very seriously. We need to develop the next crop of leaders. And we've got young people, young stock to do that with. So I'm pleased that we have people who are young and are interested in working in this field and in Coconino County, which means that retention is a very important thing to us. And the way we retain is that we reward. And so we'll talk in budget about how to reward people so that we can have a continuity of leadership across generations in Coconino County. I'm always cognizant of the fact that Coconino County is a perpetual organization. We who are the elected leaders right now occupy our positions for a period of time, but the organization is perpetual. And we really do need to be cherishing and cultivating young people to lead when our terms expire, and they will. Couple alternative dispute courts that we have. These are alternatives to traditional prosecution. We have Veterans Court and Recovery Court. We used to call it Drug Court. Those are the traditional diversion courts. A person is charged, but they meet a certain criteria that we screen them for, and with the belief that if we take corrective actions, we can defer consequences of prosecution. And so not everyone qualifies, but we have a large contingent in the Recovery Court. Veterans Court has its own unique qualification, veteran status. It's a little smaller program, but it's in honor of people who once knew discipline in their life. Oftentimes we try to restore that as part of a restorative process. Revocation court happens after a person is adjudicated and placed on probation. Sometimes they can meet their terms of probation, sometimes they don't. Revocation of probation means a person would be facing a sentence of incarceration. That's brought to our attention by the Adult Probation Department, but we treat it as a dispute resolution court, a way of trying to take corrective action without the consequence of incarceration. Mental health program is a program we have. We just recrafted this. This used to be mental health court, which meant that the various departments, including the public defender and the judge at the Superior Court and our office, were actually involved in bi-weekly or monthly sessions to try to address corrective action. We reprogrammed that so that we don't have people become criminal justice involved. This is really one of the model pilot programs for deflection from the criminal justice system. This is designed for people who have serious mental illness, who have a treatment regime. What they really need to be is restored to health. They don't need prosecution, they need restoration. And so we devised a program that's not criminal justice involved, that is a suspension of charges and redirection towards health and human services. This is a pilot, but it's going to become a model program for how we treat some of the other courts in dispute resolution. Couple stats, these all have asterisks. The numbers are not in, and COVID threw us off, but this is about the volume of cases we handle in a year. On the felony side, we receive approximately 2,000 charging requests. What that means is law enforcement is bringing a complaint to us, and we are evaluating it for charging. We don't charge everything we see. Sometimes we have to send it back for further investigation, but we charge approximately 1,600 felony cases, and those cases cover a very large, what looks like a large number, 6,500 individual counts. But realize a defendant in a certain situation can commit a series of crimes even though we're bringing it under one case number. Breaking, entering, criminal damage, and theft all describe, one break into a house, but it's really 3 or 4 different kinds of crimes depending on the circumstance. So that's why there's a different number of individual counts. A high volume practice we have is our misdemeanor practice. I described what that is. Misdemeanor matters are filed directly by law enforcement, and the county attorney's office prosecutes them. It's a higher volume. It's almost twice the volume of our felony cases. It's a high velocity, somewhat less consequential style of criminal justice. In 2019, we had 1,800 open cases spread across 15 prosecutors. So go figure. Our caseloads are very high, and we need to address that. One shining light, and you may hear this later, or you may have heard it already from our criminal justice program. We're actually seeing declining claims in that area. It's been a trend for the last 3 or 4 years. Something that juvenile justice is doing is like a secret sauce. That's a good thing, and we see a declining trend there. Otherwise, these other trends in felony and misdemeanor and open cases are increasing. This is just another way of portraying our felony statistics across the years. You don't have to focus so much on the numbers, except the thing to look at is the trends. They're ever increasing, and we're going to have to address that when we get to budget time. Here's another charging report. It describes the incoming and outgoing cases that we evaluate for felony charging. And then this is the amount of open cases, this column that says pending at month's end. These are cases that we haven't drawn a conclusion about, and you can see the trend line is increasing. This will really increase in fiscal 2020 because of the COVID crisis. And so some may call that a backlog. I don't call it a backlog. I call it a challenge. And so we have a challenge of cases that we need to consider for charging. Here's the trend line for misdemeanor complaints, somewhat on the decline. This may have to do with how other jurisdictions are treating criminal occurrences. Some they're citing, some they're not. And that's a trend line that looks like it's at least a flat line after periods of increase. And this is the slide that describes the decline in juvenile referrals. I take that as a good trend. And whatever we're doing, we ought to invest in this opportunity. I have a couple of statistics on crime data. I don't want to spend a lot more of your time going through the cost of crime, but I do have numbers and statistics on the cost of crime and how we measure it. Some criminal events are very expensive, as you can see in this case. I mean, just a simple murder has a cost to the victim and a cost to the criminal justice system. The point that I would emphasize with this slide, however, is this is why this session we're in front of the legislature to get a diversion bill passed with funding. And I'm championing this. I'm leading the effort at the state capitol. It would bring, if approved as drafted, $1.1 million a year for 3 years to Coconino County to design and implement a deflection program from criminal prosecution. Now, we're not going to do that with murders, and we're not going to do that with sexual assaults, but we will be able to do that for the high utilizers of the criminal justice system. These are the repeat offenders, and we can't address recidivism until we address the social determinants of health. And this program is deflection from criminal justice over to health and human services to try to reduce the cost of crime and improve the safety of our community. What we're doing is just, wash and rinse and repeat. And that is not a good criminal justice program. So we're looking to bring funding to the county. We would really enjoy your support and the support of CSA as this legislation goes forward. So in conclusion, I would simply tell you, we believe there's an objective reality. We believe in absolute truth. We believe in personal responsibility. We want to apply well-reasoned principles to the truth. And we find those principles in the law, in evidence, in the rules of procedure. The thing to take away from this isn't that there's these points. It's that we're mindful of these points. And we teach these points every day to those millennials who we're developing and cultivating for leadership in the future. So when we inculcate these values into this generation, what we assure is a quality of representation and a quality of service across the organization and throughout the county into the future. So it's important that we know what we're about and we know why we do it. We do it for this continuity of service. So there's our people, and that's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, County Attorney Ring. We do have about 3 minutes for questions, and then also later in the day, we're going to have some time for some questions and discussion. But are there any questions of County Attorney Ring?
Yes, if I may, Chairman Archuleta.
Go ahead.
Good to see you, Bill. Thanks for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions first. First of all, who determines if one is qualified for the ADRs, and then how are they assigned to the alternative dispute resolution courts?
Yeah, Jane, are you with us? I'm going to ask Jane Nicoletti Jones if she's with us to describe some of the particulars, but there is criteria. There's screening that adult probation conducts. There's evaluation. There's discussion with whether there's a victim involved or not. And Jane, do you have anything you would add to that quick flight overview?
Well, first of all, good morning. Nice to see you all this morning. The selection process has to do partly with the need of the person and partly with the severity of the crime. And we work hand in glove with the court, the probation department, and the service providers where that's applicable to determine if a person could succeed in the program, because that's the goal. There are some people, by dint of the extent of their addiction, for example, who the data show would not benefit from the program. We try to select the people who would benefit so that they exit the criminal justice system. And that's true for primarily the recovery court. The mental health court criteria have to do with persons who already are designated SMI, seriously mentally ill, and then working with their treatment providers to get them back on their course of treatment. So it's a collaborative effort between our office, adult probation on certain of these programs, and the outside service providers.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And Supervisor-elect Horstman, I look forward to your questions. I'm happy to meet with you or anyone on this call to further describe exactly what we do and why we do it, and see what best practices are or ideas you may have.
Thanks, Bill. I really appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you. We are at the hour, so we're going to move on to the next presentation. Thank you so much, County Attorney Ring. And we are now going to move on to the clerk of the court, and that is Clerk Valerie Wyant. Welcome.
Val, we can't hear you.
How's that?
Wonderful.
Okay. That's why we ask those things, right? Good morning, Chair Archuleta and members of the board. Welcome, Supervisor-elect Begay and Supervisor-elect Horstman. It is my honor to present a small tidbit of what we do here at the clerk's office with you today. I am going to attempt to share my screen, so give me just one moment to do that. All right, so if somebody can let me know when you can see it.
We can see it. It's great. We see it with the main slide in the middle and then your slides on the left.
Okay, is that now showing
there we go.
Just the first slide? Okay, great.
Correct.
Always fun with these, technology restraints. And as you know, part of this pandemic has been migrating into the electronic world. And what I'll start with is, it's amazing that a lot of the practices that revolve around the court system are antiquated in such that we're still utilizing paper. We still take minutes of court proceedings with pen and pad. And so there have been a lot of challenges. However, we have embraced them. We have made, I think, excellent technology. We've gone a long way with it, I'll just say. And we are working diligently with our team to ensure that they have everything that they need in order to do their jobs, sometimes remotely and sometimes in the office. I'm going to go ahead and start with our org chart. And as you can see at the very top, I am the elected clerk of Superior Court. I am also the county's jury commissioner and probate registrar. My chief deputy, Erin Maloney, is amazing. I will not go into how wonderful each person is, or we would be here all day. But really, I can say about Erin as my chief deputy, she is my backbone. She is the person that keeps me disciplined. She keeps me going. And when I'm feeling extremely fatigued, she gives me the momentum to keep going. So I am forever grateful to an amazing chief deputy. Directly under Erin's leadership is our administrative supervisor, Leslie Clark, and she oversees our administrative staff. So our office is somewhat split in that we have our administrative team, and then we have our court tech team, which is led by our court tech supervisor, Shannon Bass, and that's there on the right in the blue. Now, the court techs actually go into court proceedings and they take summary minutes as to what is occurring in the courtroom. That, in a very small nutshell, is what they do. While in the courtroom, they're also handling exhibits. They're ensuring that all of the technology is running the appropriate way with the recording devices, etc. They are the right-hand man to the judge in the courtroom to ensure that they have anything that they need, or if they need some kind of a document, etc. So a lot of the duties of the courtroom clerks, and we call them court techs here locally, are far-reaching. It's not just taking those summary minutes in the courtroom and producing what we call a minute entry. It is, what are the orders of the court that happen during that court proceeding, and what are the next steps? So for example, if a case is remanded back to a lower court, or if it's remanded back to the grand jury, and I'm speaking about a criminal case, it would be up to the court tech to ensure that that step happens, that that paperwork, that file makes it to the next person in our office on our team to ensure that that step gets taken and the file is in fact remanded. If that case was not remanded, we just had a case fall through the cracks, and that is never okay. So you always have to be on your A game. You always need to know what is happening and what those judges' orders are so that you can carry those out. Now I'm going to bounce back over to the left under Leslie's supervision, back to those admin clerks. As you can see, each administrative staff has a different function. And I think it's important to recognize that. When we are fully staffed, we are a team of 26 total employees. Currently, we have 2 vacancies, so that drops us down to 24 amongst a pandemic, which in of itself is quite challenging. We are voluntarily holding 1 position vacant just based on the pandemic, and that is one of our court technicians. And then we just had turnover of one of our individuals that went to go join the team at the public fiduciary's office. So she didn't go too far, but that did leave us 1 vacancy. And so we are currently recruiting for that. Back to what each admin does, again, it's critical to recognize that I really only have 1 person that can handle each of those duties. We certainly try our best to ensure that there's cross-training across the department. That way, when people are out of the office, or if they are vacationing, we all deserve a vacation, or if you're just frankly out sick, whatever is happening, we need to ensure that our work is still being done. So as you can see, that's one of the challenges that we have here at the clerk's office. Is I certainly am constantly advocating for more staff. We definitely need it. And in the center, the staff that fall directly under Erin's supervision is our amazing business manager, Tara. Tara, we stole from NAU, and she has been an absolute godsend. She has helped us to get our budget under control, and it wasn't that it wasn't out of control. It was simply that we really needed a person to focus on it. Myself and Erin as admins aren't always able to work on those type of things, budgetary, fiscal, etc., because we are so far out on the front line. I'm still taking turns in court, and I am still covering the front counter, e-filing. Erin is responsible for doing all of the criminal closeouts in our department. And so that is a huge task. So sometimes the administrative duties fall onto our amazing business manager. And like I say, she just rocks her position. We have a court accountant. This position is very unique. This position used to be, nope, I'm lying to you. I'm thinking of the court investigator. So let me slow down. The court accountant is a unique position in that they review accountings of pending probate and guardianship actions, and they make recommendations to the Superior Court judges what they should do with those particular accountings. Are they approved? Is there something inaccurate within the accountings that's brought forth to the court's attention so that it can be addressed? Oftentimes, the county public fiduciary is the representative on these cases, and then we have a lot that are also by per personal representatives. So it's definitely a mixed bag as to which these accountings that our court accountant reviews on an annual basis. So I wanted to just give you a little bit of a high-end detail as to what some of that great work is that she does. She's basically doing the accounting work for the Superior Court judges within those 2 case types. Our accounting tech 2, Denise, is responsible for taking all financial payments in the department. Tara often backs her up. However, we recently had a 3-year pilot project with adult probation. At the end of that 3-year pilot, the anticipation was that we were going to get an additional staff member to help us. And the scope of that project was to migrate any criminal financials, any payments, fines or fees that are due to the court that are to be paid while somebody is on probation, historically had been done through probation, and then it would come over to the clerk's office on a log, and then we would receipt those monies. But it was a very antiquated process, and it did not really morph with the technology. And so we took on, as a statewide initiative, this project. Because of funding, we weren't able to get that additional position. So all of this project has fallen in Denise's hands. She is doing the best she can with it, but we are certainly advocating at some point when funding is better to perhaps get an additional person to get some help in that regard. Now, Taryn is our deputy jury commissioner. Again, I act as the jury commissioner, but she is responsible for all of the phone calls, all of the correspondence that goes out to our prospective jurors, whether that is a qualifying questionnaire, a summons, or any further and anything else. There's payroll. There's so many pieces to the jury side of our department, and I will talk about that a little bit more in the presentation. And then finally, several years ago, we were able to acquire this position for a data integrity clerk. And currently that is Kathy Davies. She has been in that position for about a year now. When we had created the position, that individual, Matt Malik, has now moved on and now works with county IT. One thing that I do appreciate is a lot of the employees that we have lost along the way have moved on to other county departments. And so it's amazing that they're still around, not too far, and they're amazing allies for our department and working with them, in their new roles. So it's been really great. Kathy's responsibilities are such as she's always ensuring the quality of our data. We're all human, so you can appreciate that some of us might fat finger something or enter something incorrectly. So she has reports that she runs where she is constantly checking our data. She is always ensuring that the flow from OnBase to Ajax, which is our case management system, it's a marriage, that marriage is working well and there are no problems. So we're very grateful to our amazing team. Again, in a nutshell, we are this team of 26 when we're fully staffed, and we are a fierce team. We work very hard, and I am ever so proud of it just amazes me the work that this team produces. I'm going to jump right into a little bit more of our roles and responsibilities. The clerk of the Superior Court's office was established by the Arizona Constitution. We are one of several elected offices. Of course, we are mandated with our specific and special duties. I do serve as the official record keeper for the Superior Court. The roles and responsibilities are very far-reaching, and because I only have the 30 minutes, I'm definitely going to fly through some of these and definitely leave time at the end for us to answer any questions that you may have. The first one is I am to provide the public, court, media, and the legal community with access to all records of the Superior Court. There is no secret docket. We do not keep anything from anybody. Anything that is officially filed is public record, and it is available for the public at any time. The only time that the public could not see something is if it was filed under seal or the court ordered something sealed. And even in those instances, there wouldn't be a secret docket. It would show that document was filed. They just would not have access to the image or the physical paper in order to see what that is. Back to the court text, we attend each Superior Court session. We record the actions of the court. We also handle all those exhibits and all of those other tasks. We are, in fact, the first stop in initiating a Superior Court action, Grand Central Station for anything that's going to go before a Superior Court judge. All paperwork is officially filed with this department before a Superior Court judge can review it. Back to Denise's position as our main financial clerk. We collect, disperse court-ordered fees, fines, and victim restitution in an expedient manner. If you can appreciate restitution in a criminal action that's been ordered, it's because a defendant caused something of a victim to make them unwhole in some kind of financial capacity. The restitution is ordered to make them whole again. However, if it's a high amount, sometimes it's not going to be paid all at once, but rather it's going to come in monthly payments. It is our job when we intercept that restitution payment to immediately turn it back around and get it over to the victim to continue to make them whole. We are still in the records management business, so any document that is received is either preserved, it's docketed, it's entered into our case management system. We have a 3-tier redundancy of all of our records based on statute. So it's not going to be in one location. Should one thing fail, we have those 2 additional backups. We store exhibits for all court cases. Another thing that I've mentioned where the court techs intercept those exhibits, they're marked as evidence. When court proceedings are ongoing, they're admitted into evidence, and then we have the responsibility of preserving them as part of the record. Should anything come up at a later point or under appeal, we have a duty to do that. So you can appreciate that any evidence that comes in on paper, or if it's tangible, like the gun or drugs, any of those things, we do have a duty to preserve those things. We have a system in place where we maintain them in our exhibit room. There is a project that is coming down the pike that is bold and mighty, and we are on the front end of that in working with the AOC as part of the pandemic and moving forward. We are looking into a digital evidence repository, similar to the e-filing initiative, where the attorneys and pro per or self-represented litigants would be able to provide those exhibits to the court in an electronic capacity without having to bring in the paper. So that's a project we are just about to launch. We issue and record marriage licenses, something fun when people from our community and all throughout the country and the state come to our beautiful county to have a marriage ceremony. Our Justice of the Peace often does those ceremonies, or as you can appreciate, people have their private ceremonies. And because our county is so beautiful and diverse, we often are issuing marriage licenses for marriages to occur close to home, Sedona, and the Grand Canyon. We process all records in all case types, but I'm pointing out the juvenile dependency. Juvenile dependency is where DCS has intervened in some capacity to remove children from a home. Juvenile delinquency is where somebody is under the age of 18 and has committed some type of delinquent or incorrigible act and are going before the court for rehabilitation. Severance cases where parental rights are being taken away or terminated. And then the other side of that is an adoption. We also do passport application processing, which is also something fun. When we have people coming in, they are usually going somewhere on some trip. So there's some excitement to see us when they come in to process those applications. Oftentimes they're very large families. I know that we have processed some of your passport applications over the years, including Chairman Archuleta, which was always an honor for us. Again, acting as the jury commissioner, we have the mandate to establish a pool of jurors for trial, not only in the Superior Court, but the Justice Courts as well. So I am not only the Superior Court's jury commissioner, I do that for our lower courts within our county, with the exception of City Court. City Court has their own, and that's here in Flagstaff, has their own IGA, but any other lower court, we are providing that juror list for their trials. Part of working through the pandemic and jury trials has been challenging in finding a location where we can always socially distance our jurors, keep them safe along with staff and the parties related to the case. And we have done well out at the Fort Tut Hill building. So many thanks to county leadership and all of those involved in assisting us with that location. And we've had a couple where we've done selection here at our own physical footprint here at the courthouse. We have to do that in staggered times by group, but we have found successes in working with our HR department. They have helped me to do a SurveyMonkey online jury questionnaire, which has been stellar in helping us to minimize how many prospective jurors will physically appear at the courthouse. So it takes a village to put on a jury trial, and we have an amazing village among our other county departments who have been more than willing to assist us, facilities included. So now I want to briefly check my time, and then I'm going to jump into some of the roles that are overlooked of the clerk's office. We are department heads, so like any other department, we are to write and maintain our budget. There's several layers of management of a budget. And again, Tara and Aaron keep me well in line under those things. We are HR directors in the concept that we have here at the courts a separate judicial personnel policy and procedure that we adhere to. We meet quarterly with those stakeholders to ensure that our judicial personnel policies and procedures are in stride with other county policies when they need to be. And we have an amazing group that makes up this committee. And again, these are the rules that we adhere to in an HR capacity. We have to be technology experts. I have always teased that it is a scary day when Val Wyant is working on your computer, but over the years, believe it or not, I have become somewhat of a computer expert. I have my on-base credentials. We work closely with county IT, again, referencing that marriage between Ajax, our case management system, and on-base, which is where we preserve our documents. We are project managers, not just thinking at the high end level of what that project is going to be. Sometimes projects get dumped in our lap. We get a lot of our direction, most of our direction from the Arizona Supreme Court. And so when their initiatives are changing, that impact is always directly with the clerks, being as we are those official record keepers. So sometimes there's going to be a conversion of the data. Sometimes there's implementation of a new project. We act as the project manager locally to ensure that those things are a seamless transition to the best of our abilities. As a clerk, you must have the ability to interpret laws, statutes, and rules of court. We are not attorneys. We do not have a law degree. We have to know what we're doing and be able to research certain things. Because all of the case types that the Superior Court covers, you have to be able to switch gears quickly. Even being a front counter worker, you could have somebody that comes in and they are there to file their divorce. And then immediately behind them, it could be somebody filing a civil action or a probate or a guardianship or needing that marriage license or needing that passport. So depending on what that customer needs to have serviced, you need to be able to know what it is that they need and be able to assist them. We've talked a lot about records management, won't get too much into that. Accountants, again, we are the chief financial officer on behalf of the Superior Court. All money flows through the Superior Court, and then we turn it over to the treasurer at month end. And then the treasurer then turns that money over to the various pots, for lack of a better word, various funds that go to several different agencies. Constituent services is huge. We are constantly reaching out to our constituents as they have needs or as they are reaching out to us. We are doing our very best to work with them. One thing that I want to highlight that I do as a little extra in my servantry is we have an NAU journalism class. They come in each semester. Mary Tolan is the professor, and we have been doing this for years where she brings her class in. They learn a little bit about what is public record, what they can and cannot do as a media presence in the courthouse. And then they have to review a pending court case and write up their final paper on that. So that is something awesome that I love to do and collaborate with NAU on. Again, we are passport acceptance agents. So we have to have 8 hours of ongoing training in order to be a passport acceptance agent annually. If you're a new one, it is a 16-hour course in order to get that. We are a trainer of staff and judges. So it's not just training our people that work within our department. Sometimes it's having that conversation with the judge, what technology allows us to do or not do. Sometimes it's just having that conversation with the judge before we can enforce whatever their order is. So sometimes we need to just be on the same page, and sometimes that's just picking up the phone and having a conversation. I do serve on various committees. I feel like sometimes my staff want me to not serve on so many because it keeps me away from the office. However, I feel that my advocacy is such that I'm very proud. Like Bill said in his presentation, I'm no longer the president of the Arizona Association of Superior Court Clerks. That term just commenced in 2019. I was the president for 2 years, and before that, for 2 years, I was the vice president of the Clerks Association. I serve on the general jurisdiction, which is the Superior Court Steering Committee. So we steer projects in the right direction based on funding capacity at the Supreme Court level. I serve on the Judicial Staff Education Committee and the Committee on Judicial Education and Training. I just finished my appointment on the Commission on it's CAC, Court Automation Coordinating Council. We live in a world of acronyms. Just completed that term. And then I also serve as the clerk representative on the Supreme Court's Commission on Access to Justice, which I take great pride in. And those are just a few of the statewide committees that I serve on. We are problem solvers, and we are a judicial information booth. We like to tease that you must pull out your crystal ball on occasions to figure things out. We are constantly putting together puzzle pieces. And again, probate registry. As a probate registrar, it is a special appointment that the judges have given me. So what that means is I handle for the Superior Court all informal probates. The Superior Court judge would handle a formal probate where the family is not in agreement, or there is not, if there's some kind of fight about what that estate's outcome is going to be. I do the easy ones, the informal ones, to keep some of that burden off of the Superior Court judges. They have such a high caseload already. This is one small caseload that I was able to take from them. And back to jury commission and jury management. I'm going to just jump into some clerk's challenges, again, running short on time. So just want to touch on the most challenges that we have here are that priorities and funding are always changing. And so you have to be able to just roll with it. If you don't have the funding, you have to figure out a different way to solve that issue without money. So again, it's always a challenge. Personnel, back to a team of 26, currently a team of 24. We definitely need at minimum that team of 26 to do the great work that we do. I will forever advocate for more team members. The projects. We have so many projects. There's a layer of initiative and project fatigue amongst pandemic fatigue, but we are doing our best to see through each project that we have because there's so much behind each project and they're all somewhat overlapping. And so we are definitely amongst several projects even right now. Programming and software changes like the technology, it's ever changing and we're always trying to keep a stride on what those changes are and be sure that our staff is trained. And then finally, the demanding caseloads. We are just slammed. Honestly, we're slammed all the time. But again, we do our very best to get through it. I couldn't do it without my amazing team. They 100% are the reason that we are successful in this office. And with that, I will adjourn my presentation, but open it up for any questions that you may have of myself. And I'm going to go ahead and end this and stop sharing my screen, if I can figure out how to do that.
Thank you, Valerie. This is Coconino County Supervisor Lena Fowler. Sorry that I can't open my video. So much to learn in such a short time, but through the years, we'll be able to learn more. And every year, every time we hear about all these departments, there's so much more that we learn. So right now, just wondering if there's any questions that we'd like to ask Supervisor elects.
This is Patrice. Valerie, thank you so much for your information, and I'm amazed how much you do. So thank you very much for your service to our community, and thank you for the overview. I appreciate it.
Thank you and welcome aboard.
Good morning, Valerie.
Good morning,
Good
Supervisor.
morning. This is Judy. I also want to thank you. I have a better understanding of the whole process under your department. And yes, it's a lot of information, but we're willing to learn. And I just want to say thank you. And earlier, Mr. Ring did his presentation. He's been a big asset to the northern part of our county that we're serving. So I just want to say thank you to the presenters that have done their presentations thus far. And I'm sure we'll have more questions during the roundtable this afternoon. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you and welcome aboard as well.
Well, thank you so much. Is there any other questions or comments? Well, seeing none, we're going to move on to our next item. Thank you very much again. We have next on our presentation, I see it is the human resource.
Health and Human Services.
Health and Human Services overview by Kim Musselman. She's our interim director. Hi, Kim. I hope you got your.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. And I will get my screen shared here. Thank you and welcome to and congratulations to both Supervisor-elect Begay and Supervisor Horstman. I haven't had the privilege of meeting Supervisor Begay yet, so I look forward to doing that here in the near future. And certainly Supervisor Horstman, I have known for many years and I'm very excited to have you be a part of our great board. So thank you. I will see if I can get my, okay, can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. So I'll get started so that we can stay on schedule. As many of you are aware, Health and Human Services is a very, very large department that used to be 3 separate departments that were integrated to form our Health and Human Services. And we took the Public Health Services District, Public Health, Community Services, and Career Center and combined them all into one back on July 1st of 2019. And the whole point of doing that was to really just enhance the service integration and connections and to simplify intake processes and improve service accessibility. And from July of 19 until early 2020, the department had been plugging along in doing that, making incredible strides, getting the 3 departments to become one cohesive unit. And then, of course, COVID happened. And so lots of things got turned upside down, including a change in the director. And in July of 2020 or late June of 2020, I was appointed as the interim director of Health and Human Services, while also in the midst of assisting in the emergency operations and incident command for our COVID response. And so one of the pieces that I just want to point out in terms of HHS and all the things that all the amazing staff are doing, one of the great opportunities that has come out of COVID, so we always have to look for those silver linings, is it really helped propel this integration of the 3 departments and especially of the staff in and amongst getting to know each other, working on the same goals and mission. And so that's one of the things that I'm really pleased with and have been excited to see over the course of the last few months of how well everyone has come together throughout not only the pandemic component of it, but also really understanding what each other does in our One Health and Human Services. So wanted to just kind of give you a quick little, very brief overview of the org chart as it's structured with the newly formed Health and Human Services Department, and that it's really designed to focus on empowering people, confronting inequities, and influencing policy and better lives. We're certainly strive at HHS to protect the health of all county residents and visitors, and especially the most vulnerable in our community by providing those essential services. And as all of you are fully aware, those are even more vital and necessary now than they ever were with the pandemic. So just a quick little show of our management team and the leadership at HHS. All of these people that you see on here are incredibly talented and skilled in what they do and have been serving as public servants and in public health and human services for many years in various capacities. And so just real quickly, had made each of them get their picture so that we could just briefly show you, so that when we do get to see each other in person, and for those of you that haven't met us yet, Mike Oxtoby is one of our deputy directors and chief health officer, and Michelle Axland is the deputy director who oversees the public health side of the house. And Michelle is overseeing the community services and career services side of the house. And then under each of those deputy directors, we have some division managers, including Sarah Schildecker. She is over the clinic and WIC side. Eve Walters, who is our division manager over environmental health, animal management. Amy Young, who is overseeing all of our community health and prevention programs. And then Trish Lees, who serves as our public information and communications officer, because hopefully many of you have seen there's a lot of public messaging that goes out from Health and Human Services specifically. And of course, all of these people that you see on the screen have also been doing double duty, working in very significant roles for our COVID response. Then and I know Marie shared some of this when she was doing the overview of our departments, but we just wanted to put on the screen here in terms of all of the service locations where we are providing health and human services across the county. We are touching, we have offices and people actually physically working out of offices and serving county residents in Grand Canyon, Williams, Flagstaff, Tuba City, Page, and Fredonia. We also then travel and provide vaccine clinics and various other on-the-road services to the other areas where there aren't offices, including Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes. So we have a presence all over the county. Health and Human Services has 159 employees, which include 33 temporary employees right now. Those temporary employees, for the most part, are employed and working on our COVID response. But in addition to that, we are obviously providing a very wide array of services. How the services are structured, which is also, but was a big component of the structure of Health and Human Services, bringing all three departments together and then putting funding sources and budget around those things. And so what had been determined as the department first came together was what made the most sense was to align these things with what are called social determinants of health. And these are conditions in our environment in which people are born, they live, they work, they play, they worship, and age. All of these different kinds of things affect a wide range of health and quality of life outcomes and risks. So as you all know, health starts in our own homes, our schools, our workplaces, neighborhoods and communities. And we know that taking care of ourselves by eating well, staying active, not smoking, getting recommended immunizations and screening tests, and seeing a doctor when we're sick all influence our health. So I have a quick little video here that I'm going to hope is going to play that just briefly talks about determinants of health. So hopefully that was just that's a fun little video that we had been using with staff so that as we were bringing the departments together could understand how we're fitting in all of the things, not only on the public health side of things, but also on our community services side, our career services, all of the things that make us a whole person and a healthy contributing member of society. And so each of the programs that are offered to HHS were then put into each of these pillars. And I know that's pretty small on your screen, and obviously you're all getting a copy of this. And I just want to touch on a few of the programs that we put into these certain pillars under economic stability, neighborhood and physical environment, education, food, community and social context, and healthcare systems. And we offer so many programs, from education on health-related issues. The medical examiner is a function of Health and Human Services. Our emergency response to services to assist with animal care, food, housing, immunizations, and direct service programming. The programs that are offered cover a vast array of all of the social determinants of health. One of the ways and actual requirements of both public health and community services is to issue a community health assessment and a community needs assessment. These are quite large undertakings. There's a team of people that work on getting the information together. And this is also part of our public health accreditation, which HHS was proud to receive and has just gone through our first year of renewal with respect to the accreditation. But both for community services and public health, these needs assessments are required in order to continue to get additional funding and to identify the areas and indicators and data specific to public health and poverty conditions. The health grade that was given to our community by participants in a survey to collect the data for the reports was a C, which was somewhat healthy. And while they reported on average that their own health was a D, unhealthy. More than 25% believed that there are not enough jobs available in the community, were not satisfied with the healthcare system, and that were not enough support networks for individuals and families. One of the pieces I just want to point out, because it's really significant, is with respect to Arizona and our ranking of where we come in on spending per person on public health. And we rank nearly worst in the nation, which is very sad and disturbing, and certainly has an exponential impact on the residents of Coconino County. Arizona spent approximately $9 per person for state public health funding in 2017, compared to a high in Hawaii and Alaska that spend over $100 per person, and a low in Missouri spending $6 per person. Arizona spending has fluctuated over the years, and in 2007, actually Arizona was spending $20 a person, but over the next 4 years, that number would diminish every year until it reached its lowest point of $8 per person in 2011. So what that lends itself to is certainly the next slide, which is challenges and opportunities. Obviously, Arizona public health funding certainly creates challenges. And we continue to work hard to find ways to mitigate, in particular, that funding challenge. And what I will say is there is an incredible amount of work that goes into writing grants, to receiving grants, to tracking grants. This is a team of individuals that go after every opportunity to bring services into Coconino County. And so we will continue to meet that challenge to the best of our ability, look to the board to continue to advocate at the legislative level in terms of getting additional funding every opportunity we get. Certainly additional challenges are obviously our COVID response. That again, this was a whole nother, just one piece of what Health and Human Services is typically responding to regular issues and ebbs and flows in the economic conditions. And then you add a worldwide pandemic on top of that, that not only increases all of the needs for public services, but also requires a specific health-related response to COVID. And staff and all of the teams and all of the programs have stepped up to meet that call for help. And we have worked with the state, many of our grant programs, funded staff. We got permission to utilize them specifically in the COVID response. Others that the grants wouldn't allow for that are being funded certainly through general fund response with respect to COVID. And then of course the team and the finance team that's working on getting every single penny of reimbursement we possibly can from the state and federal government with respect to that response. As we go forward, certainly that's both a challenge and an opportunity is continued integration efforts. It will be great to get to a point when the department can pivot a little bit and focus on that even more. Certainly that's going to be a ways out with vaccinations coming here in the next couple weeks. Certainly opportunities continue to be the incredible partnerships that we have throughout the entire county, the state, and even on a national level. And we look forward to continuing those partnerships, to working with the board to enhance those that we may need to enhance. And then certainly what's a challenge and an opportunity is that our changing community and the age change, the people who are choosing to stay living in Coconino County, folks that are coming in from other areas, certainly the changing community with respect to what resources are available, housing, all the many challenges that I know all of you are familiar with. And then lastly, certainly an incredible challenge is increased budgetary expenditures. We have a lot of mandates with respect to access payments that have to be made. Our Title 36 expenditures, things that are continually going up that we have little to no control over how those are increasing and impacting our budgets. And then lastly, certainly Health and Human Services continues to meet challenges with innovation and flexibility. You all, I think, are quite well versed in where we have been over the last 10 going on 11 months now with respect to our COVID-19 response, to our testing out at Tuthill, all of our mobile testing clinics that we continue to run one every single week with few exceptions all across the county, trying to make sure that we are providing services, not just here in Flagstaff, where we have a large percentage of our population, but throughout all of Coconino County, because it is our responsibility to serve all of our residents of Coconino County. Certainly, the vaccination planning that's going on. When I get off of this meeting, I'm going to be jumping onto a meeting specifically strategizing around that. A lot is going to be happening between now and the end of the year, so that we'll be in a position to start administering vaccinations out at Tut Hill with our staff and public health. And HHS is required to be the administrator of the phase 1 of the vaccine. So we have lots of work going on with respect to that. And of course, continuing all of our investigations, monitoring and reporting with our incredibly high numbers of COVID positive individuals in our community. And then of course, I would be remiss with not mentioning the huge challenge that we continue to meet with respect to sheltering our housing insecure, not only working with our Tier 1 operation and Flagstaff Shelter Services and the other shelter programs across the county, but also community services accessing every dollar we possibly can to put towards eviction assistance and helping people that actually have housing stay in that housing. So there's a lot of, a huge magnitude of challenges, but we continue to meet them with innovation and flexibility. And I have no doubt that that will continue to be how this team responds. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close. There's a lot more to share with especially our new supervisor-elects that I look forward to scheduling time to have some one-on-one opportunities to answer additional questions and provide additional information. But at this time, I'm going to pause and see if there's any specific questions I can answer today.
Thank you, Kim. Are there any questions for Kim at this point?
I can. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Kim Musselman for your presentation. I really appreciate that. And I just want to say you all have just been superstars during this COVID-19 response. And I'm sure it's been a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, as it has for the members of the Board of Supervisors. I know how busy they have been. So I just want to extend my great appreciation and thanks. I have a million questions. I think it'd probably be better to answer them on one-on-one. The COVID-19 is out of control right now in our community spread, which is so sad. And I'd love to have an opportunity to talk to you about more community outreach with regards to that information, and also to talk specifically about the vaccine. And I really appreciate the information that's been provided to the Board of Supervisors meetings, but I really look forward to a one-on-one with you, Kim. So thank you so much for what you do and for what your whole team does. It has truly, truly been an amazing asset to our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrice. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Kim. And you have, I like to just, when we say community, where Kim, how do you work with tribes? How do you work with Navajo Nation? I know that, we just, I think we should just talk about that, the coordination that takes place, the contact tracing, the testing sites, all of that.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Yeah, and that is a whole other umbrella of health and human services in general, but certainly with respect to the COVID response. As some of you may be aware, the tribal nations have their own responses, but we partner with them with respect to sharing our communication. We are actually receiving some data and numbers with respect to Coconino County tribal nation related positivity and testing results. we continue to liaison with all of our tribal nations with respect to how we provide and make sure that they are connected to, on the statewide level, what those channels of getting resources are, and just be there to fully support those entities with respect to our tier 1 operations until just very recently, when the Navajo Nation in particular started funding and putting up some temporary shelter tier 1 type of operations in both Tuba City and and I believe in Chinle and a couple of other locations across the Navajo Nation. We were also receiving COVID positive individuals here into Flagstaff. Of course, obviously transportation and other things become somewhat problematic, but we were able to actually receive several COVID positive individuals from both the Navajo Nation and the Hopi tribal nation through our tier 1 operation over the course of the last several months. So hopefully that gives a little bit of an idea with the response and the COVID efforts. We sit on multiple different statewide meetings. Representatives from the Navajo Nation and other tribal nations participate in those calls as well. Certainly they come to us to ask us to help advocate with respect to NAU, for example, early on when there was a large concern about students traveling back and forth on the weekends and potentially bringing more transmission back into their communities. And so we work as closely as we possibly can, but also respectful of the independent nature of the work that is being done. And we do that with all of our programs at HHS. There are certain programs that we are providing in Tuba City and in and around up in Page and in the outlying chapters around Page as well, that there are certain programs that we are able to provide within the limits of the tribes. And then there are other things that we are not, and that is the sovereign nation's responsibility. And so we just work to really help coordinate that and make sure that we know who those players and partners are. And certainly that's an ongoing process that we look forward to continuing to grow and strengthen as we go forward. So hopefully that gives a little bit, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. Just for everyone's understanding, there's Indian Health Service and there's 638. These are private operations that local boards have taken over the functions of the federal government and functions and programs of these healthcare to the local government, just like the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. And then there's a couple of private. They all, if you're located on Navajo, your data goes directly to the Navajo Nation Department of Health. Some of it comes to the county, but there's a lot of coordination that takes place, and Navajo Nation has received its own funding. So in that sense, there's just a lot of coordination between our county and Navajo Nation. So just want to add that to our conversation here. Before we go on, I want to ask if Supervisor-elect Begay would like to make a question or comment.
Okay, good morning, Kim. That was an excellent presentation, and I'm really thankful for that. And of course, I'm looking forward to the rest of the day also. But yeah, I think there's got to be, as I see a lot of things that are happening with the county, like you did a presentation saying that there are communication efforts, okay? And then now we're on the reservation, and I think there's got to be more than what's being done right now from what I hear. I know that there are private organizations, there are other organizations, but through partnerships and through MOUs and MOAs, you know, anything is possible, because COVID is affecting everyone altogether. It's not, because we're Navajos, we're Hopis, we're, you know, of different denominations or whatever. It's the same thing, and we're working for the same goal as, you know, prevention and things like that. So that's something that I would like to see, you know, is more, even with the other programs and presentations that are going to happen. How are we, you know, going to enhance that? I guess enhancing partnerships, MOUs, MOAs, anything's possible with that. And fundings all come from state, yes. As fundings come from federal government, fundings, you know, are funneled through, and everything is, you know, and then there's grants and there's things like that. So I for one would like to see a lot of that happening, not only in the northern, but throughout the whole county efforts, you know, where we can't say they're the Navajo Nation, they're the Hopi Nation or anything. We can't think in those terms. So, you know, it affects all of us. We're all five-fingered people, and we all need to, you know, look at it in that way. And District 4 and District 5, there's a lot of, as mentioned by a Supervisor Fowler, you know, I think, you know, the services are there, but I think it's just the enhancement portion that really needs to happen. So I just want to say thank you, and like Supervisor-elect Patrice is saying, I've known her for over 30 years, so I can work with her. But anyway, I just want to say, I think if we can sit down individually and talk about some of these things, and you know, when we all work together, then there's nothing that can't be done. So that's what I want to say. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, if you have.
Thank you, Supervisor-elect Begay. I look forward to meeting you in person here one day in the near future, hopefully. And yes, absolutely. Look forward to the opportunity of talking about what those other ways in which we can continue to enhance and grow and communicate across all of the different folks as we're trying to provide services to all of our community. So thank you for that. And thank you for your time today.
Kim, I just wanted to say that I've been following Judy Begay around for 30 years.
All right.
That's great. Now you guys can walk together.
That's exactly right.
All right. Well, we're right on time, and our next presentation is from our community development. And I believe Jay is going to be presenting. Yes, he is. Okay. There you go.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and congratulations to Supervisors-elect Begay and Horseman. Very much looking forward to meeting you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Horseman and I have had many conversations. She's actually was formerly our hearing officer. So I'll share my screen here and start the presentation. All right. Well, good morning. So community development mission statement, I'd like to share that first. Community development is dedicated to guiding and supporting the public's vision of a high quality of life through safe, well-integrated, resilient communities and the conservation of the natural environment. So our guiding principles largely come through our comprehensive plan, which is a document that is required by state statute to be updated every 10 years. We're about 3 or 4 years away from updating it again, but it is a conservation-based document that helps us to guide development. The Community Development Department is 30 full-time, or 30 positions, 3 of which are part-time, the rest are full-time. It consists of Planning and Zoning Division, which is administered by Jess McNeely. He's our Assistant Director and Planning Manager. The Planning Division, their role is to issue temporary use permits. That is an administrative function. So an example of a temporary use permit that is common is for, say, a community market that might take place over the weekend in a church parking lot, for example. We see that in areas like Munns Park. That's an example of a temporary use permit. The Planning and Zoning Division issues and processes conditional use permits. Now, those are typically the most common example of a conditional use permit is a use that would not necessarily be found in that particular zone. And the most common example of that is a commercial activity in a residential zone. Now, conditional use permits are actually heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission. They make the decision on approving or disproving a conditional use permit. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission, of course, is made up of volunteers. They're not paid, but they're volunteers. There are 2 appointed from each district. And Supervisor-elect Begay, your currently appointed Planning and Zoning Commissioners are Don Walters and Jim Clifford. So both of those seats are filled. And then Supervisor Patrice Supervisor-elect Horseman, you have Mary Williams and Sot Best. So both of your appointments are currently filled as well. Other items that the Board of Supervisors would hear from community development would be rezones and subdivision plats. So the rezones are first heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission, who then make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Same with the subdivision plats. Those are also first heard by the commission and then recommended approval or denial to the Board of Supervisors. The Building and Safety Division is our chief building official is Adam Hicks. They issue, of course, all of the physical building permits. Those are all administrative. Those do not come to the Board of Supervisors. The Planning and Zoning, the Building and Safety Division consists of our permit technicians, our plans examiners, and our building inspectors, who physically go on site and make sure that the buildings that were approved, the plans that were approved are built in accordance with that approved plan. We also have the Sustainability Division. Now that's a sort of a 2-pronged division. It's a voluntary program that people can elect to go through, where the sustainable building program, they help folks with sustainable building practices, whether that's low water use or energy efficiency or even sustainable building materials. They get consultations from staff. It's interesting to note that the sustainable building program is also operated with the city of Flagstaff. So right now we have 17 buildings, they're all single family homes that are going through the sustainable building program. Historically, roughly half of those are in the county and roughly half of those are in the city. So we have a nice partnership with our colleagues at the city for that program. The sustainable program also is county-wide with regards to the green team. So sustainable practices county-wide. So it's a great program, and it's well received. We also have an engineering division. Our engineering supervisor is John Carr. So it's a 3-person team, and they review drainage plans, for example. They review and issue grading permits, whether it's for a single family development or the townhome development that's going on in Belmont currently. They also issue encroachment permits. So that's any time that a driveway, for example, from a single family home would encroach into a county maintained road. Maybe they needed a culvert to address the drainage concerns there. So that's what those encroachment permits are for. Finally, we have our environmental quality division. That's run by environmental engineering supervisor David Monahan. That's for all of the on-site wastewater permits that are associated with mostly single family dwellings, but sometimes commercial properties as well, if they're not connected to a municipal sewer or an improvement district sewer system. Now, those are predominantly alternative wastewater designs. There are some areas, particularly in Supervisor-elect Begay's district, that still allow for conventional septic systems because the soils perk well. And then we also have a code enforcement division. Unfortunately, both of those positions are vacant right now, as very recently. So we have other staff helping with code enforcement, but that is to enforce all of our codes and ordinances that we have, whether it's our building code or whether it's the zoning ordinance or whether it's the engineering design and construction manual. The code enforcement team ensures that all of the codes and ordinances are being met. We are a complaint-based program. The county is so large that we receive complaints from constituents that, perhaps something is happening in a neighboring property that wasn't permitted, and then we investigate that. Before I proceed, are there any questions with regarding community development's program areas? Okay, I'll proceed. I wanted to share, since we don't have a whole lot of time, I wanted to share with you how the Board of Supervisors operates with regards to making decisions on those zone changes and subdivision plats that come through the department. So this applies to the Planning and Zoning Commission as well, and it is regulated by state statute. Frankly, they give us the guidelines of how we operate with our findings of fact. So this example here is for a zone change. So when hearing a case at the Board of Supervisors level, these are the findings of fact that the board would operate within to make the decision of yes or no for whatever that case is in front of them. So let's say it's a rezoning case for a subdivision that's 10 lots, for example. We'll just use that. These are the findings after the presentation and after public opinion is shared. These are the findings that would guide that decision. So these are what are in our zoning ordinance. The first one is the change consistent with the goals, objective, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance, which means in this case, the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance? Would the change not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare? And finally, would the change not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties? So in this case, these are the three findings of fact for a zone change. And this applies to these are the findings of fact that are consistent for every zone change requirement. Are there any questions with regards to the findings of fact for a hearing case? Okay, I'll proceed. A little bit more about the department. Again, we have 30 staff. 3 of those are part-time. Our annual budget is a little over $2.4 million. Fiscal year 20, so that was last year's fiscal year, we brought in almost $1.8 million in revenue. As I'm sure you're aware, development is off the charts. It has been for quite some time. The department has never seen this level of activity before. We're very busy. We're only halfway through this fiscal year, FY21, and we expect our revenues to be quite a bit higher than where they were in FY20, which was also a busy year. I'm going to end the presentation with a little bit of levity, but it's also the reality. So why do we plan and zone? So this is obviously not a picture in Coconino County. I borrowed these next 2 slides from the Arizona Planning Association, a conference I attended not long ago. It was a very good presentation. So here we have a pristine area. It's obviously large lot residential, but without planning and zoning in place, you could have this. So, neighboring a large lot residential in this example, which is, again, it's just meant for some levity, but you could have, RV parks right next to your residential property. You could have a mechanic shop. You could have a feed lot. You could have an airport. So without proper zoning in place, this is something that could happen. So, we take great pride in applying our codes equally and consistently to prevent something like this from happening in a place where it's not wanted or not appreciated. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions. I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Jay. Are there any questions, comments?
I would, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Hi, Jay. Good to see you.
You too.
I understand that the role of the Board of Supervisors is not to do code enforcement. And I also, you're going to have to do that. And I also understand that it is complaint-based. And I'd like to, if you wouldn't mind, talking a little bit about how those complaints actually are supposed to be forwarded to community development. And number 2, what we as supervisors, when we get the complaints instead of community development, and maybe some thoughts on what we as supervisors can do when these complaints come to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. It's good to see you as well. So we get complaints from constituents from any number of ways, frankly. Well, we have our SmartGov program. That's the software package that we use to manage all of our applications, frankly. So we get a lot of the complaints that come through the case requests portion of our SmartGov program. And there's a link to it on our website. We also get complaints in through the county manager's office. There's a on the county webpage, there's a quick button to file a complaint. And that's for anything. That's not necessarily just for code enforcement from community development. That's any number of things. We get several in that way. And then of course we get direct phone calls to our code enforcement division. But like Supervisor-elect Horstman had said, oftentimes the supervisors get called directly, and staff very much appreciates it when that is trickled down through the department, oftentimes through me, which is perfectly fine, so that we can address those enforcement issues promptly. Right now we have our building inspectors. There are 5 of them assisting us with code enforcement because they are already out and about in the community. So those code enforcement requests, sometimes it takes a couple or 3 days to get to that area, depending on where it is in the county. As you know, we are the 2nd largest contiguous county in the United States. A lot of windshield time in those inspectors. Supervisor-elect Horstman, does that help to answer your question, or did I miss any of it?
Well, I appreciate your willingness to have the supervisors contact you directly, and I appreciate your involvement and getting on top of it. And I assume you, if it does involve an area within our districts, you will contact us and let us know so we understand what's going on out there. Maybe get a heads up if the complaint didn't happen to come through us, just to, if it's important. Obviously a lot of them aren't, but if there's a major, and you know exactly what I'm talking about right now, if there is something major going on, I certainly would appreciate just giving me a heads up. And believe me, I'm more than understanding that it is your role and not the individual board of supervisors role to do code enforcement. So thanks a lot. I really appreciate what you're doing, Jay. Appreciate your overview on this today as well. Thank you.
Supervisor-elect Horstman, thank you very much. I appreciate that flattering. Yes, when there is the possibility of an egregious complaint, oftentimes there are neighbor disputes, frankly. It's unfortunate that sometimes neighbors can't get along, but it happens. And oftentimes those complaints are just simple neighbor disputes, but some of them are much more, some of them are much more than that. And in that case, we most certainly do notify the whichever supervisor that district is in. I did see Supervisor Ryan pop up. I didn't know if he wanted to say something with regards to the code enforcement. Supervisor Ryan, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, actually, I have my headphones on backwards. Actually, just this is one that you're hitting on it, Patrice. Code enforcement is definitely community development's bailiwick. By the same token, if you haven't discovered it, which you have, it seems like, and I can imagine you're thinking about mounds or something like that. But in the meantime, though, these are the issues where suddenly a community starts to explode, gets very emotional about, and often, try as you may get drawn into it. It is very, it helps quite a bit. Say if you meet with people, usually I have a practice that, I'll contact Jay and say, hey, I got such and such that wants to come in and meet with me, so that you're having a conversation with staff. Otherwise you get caught into sometimes you can easily get caught into, they'll play something against staff, or you had just have, maybe not in a negative way, but you don't have a direct communication. If you have everybody sitting in the same room and you have the discussion, you get an understanding of what the concerns are. And when staff explains it to them directly, you don't, have that question and you just get caught in a circle. It also helps with our assistants. Often I have Greg relaying information over to Jay, checking in. It's the communication piece of it. That we're not trying to solve it. By the same token, we have the communication link. And I have had a tendency to keep records in the past of ones that seem to resurrect. If you don't keep track of it, it just keeps repeating itself. So it doesn't, it certainly helps to look at those things. It'll be, Judy, you're going to get your share. I represented some of your communities to the south, and you have obviously a big area in Doney Park and Patrice. You have many broad areas. Sometimes we don't have the solutions, but sometimes maybe we've been there and done it. So offering that. Beyond that, I probably am taking too much time, so let me hop off.
Thank you. Supervisor-elect Judy Gay, do you have any comments, questions?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, this is an area that it's really great to have a great team. A lot of times we make site visits, and it's really good to know your community, just where they are and all the various activities that are going on. And that way you work with your community in working out these issues. So that's really important when it comes to the planning and zoning and all of these issues that come up through the community development. So thank you, Jay. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, President Fowler. If I may, I did want to finish with just a little bit about our codes and ordinances and how those are applied.
Oh, very good.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you. And both supervisors, like the Gay and Horseman, staff will be visiting with you after the holidays to update you on applications and land use challenges that are associated with your districts. But I would like to share a little bit about, I talked about the comprehensive plan a little bit. That is a policy document, so it's not code, but it guides us on how we make our decisions. However, it also guides us on how we write our zoning code, and it guides us on how we write our subdivision code, ordinances rather. But both of those were updated within the last 3 years, the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinance. They go through a public process. So while those are law, those are adopted as ordinances, so those do become law, there's a public process to amend those documents. So, we have statutory requirements on how we amend those documents. It goes through a public hearing process. It goes through the Planning and Zoning Commission, then it comes to the Board of Supervisors, so that there is ample transparency on how and why those codes are being modified. We also use in community development a document that our colleagues at Public Works use, which is called the Engineering Design and Construction Manual, the EDCM. That is also updated through or adopted through a public process. It goes through a body, it goes through the Board of Supervisors. We typically spend many hours in work sessions sharing why those changes are being proposed with the supervisors, and that there's always ample public opinion. So are there any questions with regards to how we apply those codes and ordinances? That applies for the building codes as well, which were recently adopted. Are there any questions on those codes?
I don't see anyone asking a question, Jay.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, there you go.
Just
Very good.
Real quick, the comprehensive plan, when was that enacted? Is that coming up anytime soon for a review?
Supervisor Horseman, that's a great question. So in 2000 and I want to say 2003, it might have been 2002, a state statute passed the Growing Smarter legislation, And that required all the jurisdictions in Arizona, whether it's a county, a city, a town, to adopt this growing smarter legislation in the form of, we call it a comprehensive plan. That's not what it has to be called. A lot of places like the city is a regional plan. Other places just call it a general plan. We call it a comprehensive plan. And the state statute requires that that be updated every 10 years. So the county first had one in 2003. But again, I think that legislation was in 2002. And we most recently revised and adopted our most recent version, which is the 2013 comprehensive plan. So we will be doing it again in 2023. So it's coming up soon. And we actually are going to be scheduling a meeting at your request. We've talked about that to go over that comprehensive plan. The document's online, and we're going to be getting you a number of, both you and Supervisor-elect Begay, paper copies, unless you prefer the digital copy, but we'll be providing all those documents for you.
Thank you. So it will be coming up in the next 4 years. And the comprehensive plan, my guess, is a very extensive, time-involved document. And so when will you start preparing going forth for changes to the comprehensive plan?
We actually, it's fortuitous that you bring that up. We actually just started the conversations recently with the city of Flagstaff between their regional plan and our comprehensive plan. So it's an interesting dynamic in that the county has adopted a version of the city's regional plan that's slightly different than the version that the city adopted. It hasn't caused any problems, but we have started the discussions with the regional plan and our comprehensive plan fairly recently. So we will be starting that process within the next year, probably. The last time it took us 2 years. We started in 2013, but we didn't adopt it until 2015. So it didn't quite take us 2 years, but almost. It's quite a process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah,
Supervisor Ryan, you have something to add?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Jay made the main point. We do, while we have a regional plan, the Flagstaff regional plan is an amendment to our comprehensive plan. So we coordinate with the city because there's a cause and effect where a large portion of the population occurs, but we don't have direct jurisdiction over the city, only the unincorporated areas. Hence, we have two different versions of it when we didn't fully align on the intent of them. But the piece that I don't think you went into too much, Jay, just to quickly, where is our oversight? Municipalities, do we do land planning in there? That kind of thing, just simplistically, the unincorporated areas, if you could. Thanks.
And Jay, if you will also add on the regional plans, the ones that we have one that is, we just completed, there's another one in the works. So if you could maybe touch on that, thank you.
Sure, thank you, Supervisors Ryan and Fowler. So the comprehensive plan is applicable to all of Coconino County's unincorporated areas. So it does not apply within the city of Flagstaff or Williams or Fredonia or Page, but all of the unincorporated areas, as well as our codes and ordinances, the rest of them, the subdivision ordinance and the zoning code. So it guides our land use planning through goals and policies. We also have a number of amendments, as with the regional plan, to the comprehensive plan, which are called area plans, and through state statute allows for communities in the unincorporated areas to create area plans. So most recently, we completed the Belmont area plan. That was done a little over a year ago, well, almost a year ago now, that was completed. It requires significant community involvement and participation. And what it does, again, it's adopted as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So those area plans do not become law. They're not ordinances, but they are adopted as amendments to help us guide with land use growth. It gives a community an opportunity to shape how their individual community grows. We are currently underway with the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan, which is a good part of is in Supervisor-elect Begay's district. And we have been on that process for, we started it in November of last year. So we're just a little over a year into it now. It's going to be wrapping up soon, frankly. And Supervisors Archuleta and Parks have been integrally involved in that. So we're looking to update one of those area plans every 18 months or so. Some of them are antiquated, and the communities that represent those area plans have, in some cases, have changed quite a bit since the original area plan. I hope that answers Supervisor Ryan and Fowler's questions adequately.
Thanks so much, Jay. You do so much, everything with land cases, a lot of community involvement, community meetings take place just to make sure that everyone has an input into whatever that we're working on in the community development. So thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions yet? Any more, Jay?
No, I appreciate your kind words, and we are a busy little department, that's for sure.
Very busy. Any other questions, comments? Okay, well, very good. Man, we are right on time. We are now up for roundtable, and after roundtable, we will have lunch. And I see Eric pop up, and I'm gonna recognize Eric right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. I'm not sure if Chairwoman Archuleta is back on, but I do know, or County Manager Jane, that there was a discussion, wanted to have a discussion about the swearing in time, and I don't know if you want to use this time or the later roundtable for that. But I just wanted to put that on the radar so it didn't get lost in the day's agenda.
Okay, thank you. This is a time for a roundtable. Here's our County Manager, Jimmy Jane. I'm going to recognize you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and Public Affairs Director Peterson. Thank you for bringing that up. I think, Madam Vice Chair, it is an opportunity to at least initially have some discussion that you are currently chairing the meeting. I know you've had some thoughts around this issue. We do have some elected officials, other elected officials that are on with us as well, Madam Vice Chair, and we do plan on the Supervisor Archuleta, Chair Archuleta, and Supervisor Ryan and I will be meeting with the elected officials tomorrow afternoon to talk about this some more, but especially with some of them on right now as well, I think it would be helpful to have at least some initial conversation, Madam Vice Chair, with you sharing your initial thoughts of what the swearing in that is currently scheduled over the evening of January 4th and 5th. A draft agenda has been sent out, but there's been discussion whether that would be virtual or in person with a socially distanced fashion. But I think there's been some talk about leaning toward virtual. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you for you to maybe get some thoughts from both the supervisors-elect, and our constitutional officers.
Thank you so much. As you all know, that we have a swearing-in ceremony scheduled for January 4th from 5 to 7, after 5 anyway. And the proposal was to have it in the chamber where we each go in individually with Judge Slayton and get sworn in, and then all come out and have a photo taken, and then we will exit. It seemed like it's a lot of contacts, and as you all know, our chamber is very small, and that having our judge stay in there, no window, no ventilation, and people going in and out, I thought that was pretty risky. So my proposal has been to do it virtually, and when we can get together again, we can all get together and be together and celebrate our just, you know, be together at that time. But even at this point, we wouldn't be together. It would be just, you know, us individually going in maybe with some loved ones and then come out and then have a group photo. But I think that is, my proposal has been is right now to just do everything virtually rather than having it in person. Another time when we can be together again, we can take care of the photo and other activities that we want to do, that we would like to do together. So I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on that. And I see our county manager, Bill, on. So I'm just going to open it up to everyone. Yes, Bill, if you would.
I was just passing along a greeting. I'm here and I'm actually paying attention.
Can you speak up louder?
Sure. I am here. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I have been paying attention, so I just wanted to.
Okay. All right. And I see Patrice has unmuted herself as well.
And Madam Chair, I really appreciate your thoughts on this. I have to tell you, I totally agree with your recommendation under the circumstances and with the raising the numbers, the community transmission. I think we need to set the example in our community, and I absolutely go with your recommendation to do this swearing in virtually. Hopefully there'll be a time in the future we can have our group photo taken, but for now, I don't think that would be appropriate. So thank you for considering the health and safety of us and for your community. I agree with everything you've said.
Well, thank you. I know that the photo is important, but I'm sure we have, the current sitting supervisors, we have our, our photos that from the past, we can keep using those, and the electeds have theirs. And then I'm sure that the newly elected supervisors have photos that they would like to use. And then later on, when we come to it, we can have new official photos taken. But for now, we can just keep using the photos that we have. And I want to recognize Supervisor Ryan. I see him there. Supervisor Ryan? Hanzi. It means
I'm
speak.
hitting the wrong microphone. Yeah. Yeah, you and Judy are going to have to put up with my language barrier. In terms of the discussion, my first natural inclination as I think about it, and we think in our role, what we need to do would have been just what you're suggesting. The only piece that we gave us pause is for many people, this is an accomplishment. They want to celebrate with their family. But with the spiking, as noted by Patrice, we're spiking at just these incredible rate where we have to take in public safety and that concern, and to show that we are leaders in what's going on to protect our own. I would agree with you. I think it's really important. What we didn't want to do is go and set up a swearing in to just ignore the piece on how or what it means to each individual and their family members, because we know it's important to them, but because of the unique circumstances, I would agree. It looks like we definitely need to do it from an electronic perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair. But by the same token, I think it's real important, that these points are conveyed to our other electeds, that they have input on it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And yes, my thinking, I think the way it was scheduled, it would be the Board of Supervisors, and then the next day the other elected officials. But I'm thinking if we're doing it virtually, we could probably do it in one night, take care of all the elected officials in the county, us here. So I wanted to hear from our county attorney and our clerk, court clerk, to see what their thoughts are on this. Bill?
Yes, Madam the Supervisor Fowler and staff, I'd have to ask Rose about that question, but these are extraordinary times. And it requires, extraordinary measures. The courts themselves, from the presiding judge of the Supreme Court on down, have recognized the necessity for physical distancing. And it certainly is a wise presumption to maintain that posture, particularly as we see spikes after Thanksgiving. And of course, I think Dr. Fauci is saying, in fact, the spike after Christmas may be 3 times worse because of the duration of that holiday. So I think common sense warrants in favor of remote swearing in, but I'll ask Rose and see what she thinks.
That'd be very helpful. Okay, Valerie, our clerk of the court, I want to see what your thoughts are, and if there's any other electeds. I see Armando here as well. I think this is a time for us to all have a conversation about this. Valerie?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. I honestly don't take a position. I was not amongst the elected officials that were re-elected this session. I would not run for another 2 years, so I would not take a position at this time, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Armando. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, I would concur with what everyone has said thus far. I think it would be responsible of us to have a virtual celebration if we could, and it's a little different, but I think that's the right thing to do.
All right, thank you. Supervisor-elect Begay, I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I also feel the same way with the discussion that's already been made as far as having it virtual. We don't want to be hitting the papers as a group. We're in the spotlight. People are watching what we're doing and things like that. So I think it's only appropriate to have a virtual swearing in of elected officials. And I haven't congratulated everybody, but I just want to say congratulations. It's an honor to be part of a team that I feel that is very competent in running the county altogether. With the presentations that have been ongoing, I'm very, very satisfied, and I'm really thankful for it. We're all in the public service, and it takes a lot, but you lose sleep at night sometimes and thinking about things, but in the long run, you figure out the puzzle, and so to speak. So I just want to say I would like to have this virtual swearing in ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor-elect Begay. And I'd like to recognize our county manager to see what his thoughts are and how we will proceed with this. And we can also check in with like Bill will check in with Rose to see, have further conversation, and maybe here very soon we'll know how this will take place. County Manager Jane.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And I also maybe encourage our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to chime in here. I think, and County Attorney Ring and others stated it very well, Supervisor-elect Horstman and others. We are in very surreal times, and folks understand that. And especially in the public health space, we are a leader in that space on behalf of the state here in the county. And the example that we set, I think was stated earlier, is important. So I think, we are operating in a virtual space right now in every day, including this orientation here and our board meetings, all of our commission meetings, our internal conversations, et cetera. So I think it makes sense. I think one of the things that that Clerk Daly, Public Affairs Director Peterson, and I would be looking for specific direction on is Vice Chair Fowler. You brought up about the one evening. Currently, we have kind of a bucket on Monday and then another group on Tuesday. Would it make more sense for us to target Monday, January 4th, for this activity that we could include then the 6 of the 7 constitutional officers that will be starting a new term on January 1st, along with our board member. I know that also Lindsay has reached out to the one Superior Court judge who was returned on under our new retention from this election. So, Lindsay, do you have any thoughts on that? And again, I think hopefully out of this conversation this morning, I really appreciate this, so we can, we have just under a month to make sure we get this together well in working with you and your offices. But I would like some clarity on doing this, Madam Vice Chair, if we target Monday, January 4th, to do all of the elected officials as I stated. So, Madam Vice Chair, you mind if I turn to Clerk Daly?
Please, Lindsay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler and Jimmy. Yes, we initially had planned for it to be 2 days, January 4th for the Board of Supervisors and then January 5th for the other elected officials. If we want to combine it and just do it for January 4th, we can do it as a special session. It can be streamed so that everybody's families can also attend virtually as well.
And Madam Vice Chair, the only thing I would add to that is I would, maybe there's some argument for the 4th versus the 5th. The 5th is a regular scheduled board meeting, so we will be going all day. And so if folks are available and comfortable with the 4th, if we are going to do one evening, I think it would make sense to pick Monday the 4th for that reason.
Very good. So it sounds like we're settling in on the Monday, January 4th, starting at 5 o'clock up to about, I think it was a little after 7, but we can, we'll finalize all the details and get it out to everyone after consulting Rose, and all the staff will be able to get together and work out the details. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the direction. We will move accordingly. We'll connect with Rose and such. I'll just, for folks, as you think about it, obviously the point of a swearing in, we usually see people do the oath in person at swearing-ins and inaugurations. So we'll work with you on your technical side as well to make sure everyone has camera access and all that good stuff to make the oath all official and solve all those problems.
Okay, I guess part of the technical is, do we take individual officials one at a time, or is it all a group at the same time? I think that's just something that you'll all have to figure out with our judge. Yes, if we can all have cameras and make sure that we're able to be seen. I know it's very important to our families, and I think this way, a lot of our families don't want to go places, and this way they'll be able to be with us and watch the whole proceeding. So thank you so much. County Manager Jane, I see you again, and Eric.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, if I could just clarify one thing, Eric, thank you, County Attorney Ring, for reaching out to Chief Civil Deputy Winkler to clarify the dynamics of this. I think along those lines, one of the things that, and even Bill, looking at your picture of your swearing in with Lisa, one of the things that has surfaced, Judge Slayton, Presiding Judge Slayton has agreed to be available for this. But one of the things, Madam Vice Chair, since we just have a few more minutes here, would like some input is if again, I appreciate Judge Slayton being willing to do this in the more traditional model, but there's also opportunity for, you all will have signed your oaths. Most of you have signed them, but you all have signed your oaths prior to January 1st when you officially take office. So this is more ceremonial in nature. I just wanted any feedback, Madam Vice Chair, if we could, of if there's any desire about the more personalized aspect of having somebody else in this virtual reality, I know there's some complication to that, but swear you in, and again, individually or in group, but is there a desire for somebody else other than the presiding judge, which is a traditional model, to do that? Eric, did you have something else to add to that?
No, that's fine.
That would be really special if we had our own. That is a really beautiful picture, Bill. So that's, I guess, how will we do that? Maybe individual electeds can get back to you, to the team on how they would like to have that swearing in done. I think that would be really special to have our own family members to swear us in. Any thoughts on that? Bill, I see you. Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair and members, that was purely ceremonial. It was beautiful. To have my wife swearing at me was probably appropriate and wonderful. But it was all done after I had taken the official oath from the judge. So, and it was Judge Moran, and we did it up at the Center for the Arts. But it is a wonderful thing. We're going to do an event internally, as I described in the presentation. So it's premised upon having previously been sworn in by the judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, similar idea. I think as beautiful as it may be, judge is going to have a limited schedule, but we have the judge for the day, which is really good. Getting the official swearing in by the judge, very important piece. But I think it would, it can get a little bit complicated. We do have a whole day of the 4th for special session, I believe. But, I think those ceremonial pieces might be, from an organizational perspective, might be easier done elsewhere than the same time with everybody. But I don't want to be a party pooper either. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think the details can be worked out. I think these are great ideas. And Bill, you started something here and it's really good. So are there any other comments or before we move? Well, we have like 10 minutes before we take a break for lunch. Anything else on this item? Anything else we need to discuss during this roundtable? Eric?
I'll come back. Just to recap, we will get the direction from the attorney on the opinions and such. We'll plan for what I think I'm hearing is a official swearing in with the presiding judge, and then work with any officers or supervisors if they wish to have a ceremonial swearing in, and if they need our help facilitating that with COVID protocols and virtually, we're happy to do that. So.
Great, thank you. And presentations that were presented today will be emailed to each of us, and also Lindsay can also print them and put them on your desk if you would like as well. So that would be, if there are no other nothing else to discuss here, we can take a lunch break, and we will be back at 12 o'clock with the Parks and Recreation overview with Cynthia Nemeth, our director. All right, have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Very much, appreciate it.
Yeah. We will be, this is Coconino. This is Lena Fowler again, Coconino County Supervisor. And I want to check to see if our presenters are here. We'll be starting again here soon. Today's session is Thursday, December 10th, and it is our Board of Supervisors and Supervisor-elect's orientation. This is part 2 of our orientation. So we have a full schedule again, right up to probably 5 o'clock, as we love to have our full time of our using up our full day just to learn more about who we are as a county from our the various departments and elected officials. So I see Eric here. Hello,
Madam
Eric.
Chair, we do have Cynthia Nemeth, who is here and ready to present Parks and Rec.
Okay, let's start again. And hi, Cynthia. Let's
Hi
start
there,
with
how's it
your
going?
presentation. Great, thank you.
Okay. I'll pop up my presentation here. If someone can let me know when you're able to see it.
We see
Probably
it
now. Okay,
Yes,
great,
we
thank
can
you.
see it now.
Excellent. Well, first of all, welcome Supervisors-elect Begay and Horstman. Really looking forward to working with you both, and anyway, congratulations on your election. So it's always my pleasure to talk about Coconino County Parks and Recreation, and always a good place to start with our department's mission. And I'll just right up front tell you that, you know, our staff takes this mission to heart, and they are a passionate group of people that engage the public in delivering quality parks, equitable community partnerships, diverse recreational opportunities, and distinctive natural areas and open spaces. And our vision is to enrich the lives of through exceptional parks and programs. And again, just to reiterate that our staff takes this mission and our vision very, very seriously, which is evidenced by the services and the parks and places and spaces that we provide to the public. I want to begin with just going over our primary program areas. And we facilitate and service, maintain facilities, over 185,000 square feet of facilities. And whereas many of the departments throughout the county, they rely on the outstanding services of our facilities department, we maintain our own facilities. And it is our staff. We have a facilities supervisor through the leadership of our operations and maintenance manager that oversees those. And we have a variety of facilities, anywhere from restrooms and fairground buildings to our offices, the amphitheater. So all of those facilities fall under those which our department is responsible for maintaining. We also oversee and maintain 6 parks, which total 460 acres. And these parks are housed or located, I should say, in Williams. We have some in Flagstaff, Coconino Village, Donny Park, as well as Tuba City. We also oversee and maintain 40 miles of trails. And some of these are trails that we actively work on and maintain regularly, and others could be trails that we have a stake in. For example, sections of the Arizona Trail that traverse on parts of county-owned land, and so we have a stake in that type of trail through partnerships as well. So that amounts to about 40 miles of trails. And then we feel very fortunate to be stewards of nearly 3,000 acres of, just very sensitive natural areas These are natural resources that are they're wetlands in many cases, and these are precious spaces for their ecological value and their importance throughout the state and the Southwest. We also, when in talking about open spaces and natural areas, we recently entered into agreements with the Navy and the Army for an interesting partnership where we sold them conservation easements. At Fort Tuthill, that was 220 acres, and 80 acres at the gateway of Rogers Lake off of Woody Mountain Road. And then what we call the Frontier property, which is 240 acres. So through agreements with the Navy and the Army, we have we've sold conservation easements and now hold several acres, many acres in conservation under those agreements. Another important program area for our department is our permitting special events program. We call it just a special events program, but what it is we rent out facilities for others to come in and produce their events. And we offer a huge variety of events that happen out mostly at Fort Tuthill, but we have also facilitated events or helped support events at Doney Park, where we have, a field. We have an artificial soccer field, multi-purpose really. And so there are tournaments that happen there. So we've helped facilitate those. And other events have happened, for example, like at Chino Village and whatnot, that the event producers want to take over a park and put on an event there. So we've helped facilitate that permitting process. But the majority of the events take place at Fort Tuthill County Park. And we see anything from equestrian events, and even within the genre of equestrian events, we'll see rodeos and dressage events. And so there's a huge variety of equestrian events in themselves. We have races that take place out there, a variety of festivals, and anywhere from utilizing a section of the park to the entire park, Fort Tuthill, speaking of Fort Tuthill, which, for example, Overland Expo does. And that is an exposition of outdoor equipment and vehicles and that sort of thing, very high end. And they take over the entire park, not only with the expo itself, but those that attend the expo. So, anyway, so just a huge variety of events that take place out at Fort Tuthill County Park. Each year, we average about 70 different events that take place out there. And this is one of the areas where the department brings in a good amount of revenue that goes towards the general fund. So those events are a revenue generating enterprise for the county. Another important aspect of the Parks and Recreation Department is the county fair. Now, this is a program that takes a year in the making, and as soon as we're done with an annual county fair, we're back at it, planning for the next one. And if I'm not mistaken, 2021 will be the 72nd, I believe, 72nd county fair for this county. This year, we did not have a traditional county fair. We hosted a virtual county fair, for which, by the way, we did win 2 awards through the International Association of Fairs and Expositions. So kudos to Ricky Conway, our county fair manager, who, when we realized we weren't going to be able to have a traditional county fair, put out all the stops to make sure we were going to have some level of county fair and put together this virtual county fair, livestock auction, exhibits, the whole works, entertainment. It was all part of that virtual experience. Let's see, the county fair, basically put on or managed by Ricky Conway. He's our outdoor recreation coordinator and fair manager. But by the time the fair comes around, he has worked with a numerous amount of partners, stakeholders, volunteers, and then staff. Staff does take on some responsibility, and then that week of the county fair, of course, it's all hands on deck, and that's about the week before and several days thereafter. So a big aspect of what our department puts on, something that we're always very proud of. and we work very hard at it. Recreation programming. I mentioned Ricky Conway, and he also manages the recreation program part of our department. And one of the most popular programs is the summer camp program for youth. But we also offer adult programming in the level of archery and cooking classes and that sort of thing. This is an area where we are looking at how we can improve, expand, I would say, improve by expanding and creating, furthering our offering and making it more unique. How can we do things that are different? We don't want to duplicate what others are doing in the region or in the Flagstaff area. And one of the ways that we have, that we're thinking about, we had hoped to launch it this summer. Actually, there was 2 programs we were hoping to launch pre-COVID. And one of them was working with our juvenile detention program and partnering with them and offering a youth spring camp for those clients of the county. And then we were also looking at hosting a road show, what we were calling it, where we would take recreation programming out into communities throughout the county that don't have these types of programs. And we were looking to partner with Health and Human Services or Community Services and maybe make it a broader county outreach effort. So, but those are still on the table, and those are the types of unique programming that we hope to engage in here in the near future. And then we also do a lot with partners. As you'll see here shortly, we don't have a very large staff. So we're thankful to have a variety of partners that augment the services, the recreation services, the experiences that we are able to offer to the public, not local and the visiting public as well. And here are some of our nonprofit partners. You can see there are quite a few of them. We work with Flagstaff Biking Organization, and if not for them, we wouldn't have the bike skills course that we have at Fort Todd Hill right now. It is just a marvelous facility, getting great recognition throughout the state for the quality facility that it is. We work with the Flagstaff Disc Golf Club, and if not for them, we wouldn't have a disc golf course at Fort Todd Hill County Park. They raised the funds and helped construct this disc golf course, and then they raised funds and they helped maintain it as well. So very, very valuable partner, and that allows us to offer an experience that is well received by the public. We also partner with High Country Hounds. They maintain and they upgrade an equestrian jump course. The Flagstaff Archery Club has been on property of Fort Todd Hill. They utilize about 20 acres of the park for an archery course. And they are membership-based club, but the archery course is open to the public, and folks can rent or get a permit for the day through our department. And they help manage that course, and they maintain all the targets and that sort of thing. So another really great partner that allows us to expand the recreational offerings throughout Fort Todd Hill in this case. Model Railroad Club, they are housed in one of the buildings on the fairgrounds, or you might hear it termed as the historic quad. And they maintain and operate a model railroad exhibit that is very popular during the county fair, and they also offer monthly public workshops, as does the Gems and Minerals Society, another popular attraction during the county fair, and they also are open to the public throughout the year at Fort Todd Hill. And then another nonprofit that has an exceptional exhibit at Fort Todd Hill is the Military Museum, which tells the story of the history of Fort Todd Hill, because Fort Todd Hill actually was a military establishment up until or in the early 20s, and then in 1950 or so, It was the park, or what was the park at that point in time. That land was donated to the county to become a park, and that's pretty much the essence of Fort Tuthill. And anyway, so this museum is there as well, and they maintain and operate this outstanding museum. In terms of private public partners, we have Flag Extreme. They operate a treetop adventure course. Very popular, again, attracts a lot of visitation to the region. And North Pole Experience, while they're not operating this year, they operate a winter attraction, and what it does is recreates the North Pole, and families can go and experience building toys with elves and visiting, the North Pole and whatnot. Anyway, a very popular attraction when it's in operation. We also contract with Recreation Resource Management for operations of our campground. And the amphitheater is outsourced to a private partner. It's called the Pepsi Amphitheater. Right now, we're in the process, as I think you both know, that we're in the process of releasing a new RFP for a new contractor, a new contract for that property. And then our newest private partner is Flagstaff Snow Park. And they operate snow attraction sled hills, basically, and they rent out the tubes. And it's been a very, very, very popular winter attraction also out at Fort Tuthill. So switching gears and moving on into some of our internal operations and internal perspective. Here's an overview of our budget, and this is the original FY21 budget. This is before any reductions and savings in order to deal with COVID shortfalls. So we have several funds, and the way this table is broken down is we have our various funds on the far left-hand corner, and you can see that when we begin at the top, looking at our general fund. We have our wages there, and you can see that we operate off of a very slim operations budget. Just to give you an example, for example, the outdoor or the recreation program budget is $9,000. Our special events program budget is $7,000. We operate the stables off of $7,000. Our admin is 20 or 35. The largest portion of those operation dollars go to parks and parks and facility maintenance, obviously, and that's about $380,000. We do bring in revenue, as I mentioned, through our special event permitting process. We also rent ramadas, so there's a revenue stream there. There's a revenue stream through our outdoor recreation program, which operates on 100% plus cost recovery, as does obviously our special events and whatnot. So we do bring in some revenue. We also have a fair fund, which is considered pretty much an enterprise fund. And this supports some of our salaries. A percentage of our salaries are paid through the fair fund. And it does have an operations budget, and we do bring in revenue. Sometimes we break even, sometimes we'll go under, and sometimes we're in the black. And we do maintain a fund balance in the fair fund, and we try to build that up to utilize some of it. It's not much, but for small capital projects. And we always want to leave a balance in there for those years where the fair doesn't do as well in terms of attendance, for example. So if attendance is down or we have really bad weather, that will certainly affect our ability to break even or go into the black with the county fair itself. All those private public partners that I just went over, those agreements were written, those contracts were written in such a way that the revenue share, because we share revenue with those private partners, that revenue share would go into a private partner fund. And so anyway, that fund had nearly $1 million in there, but that was diverted to help with, the COVID budget situation that we experienced in FY20. And so we're beginning to build that back up, and we anticipate making about 190 in there in FY21. That's a projection. We've established a unique fund for that. It previously sat in the general fund off of a ghost account. So now we're making it very clear where those dollars are going. And so this is what we anticipate bringing in this year. And then we have what we would consider our capital fund. And this is the County Parks and Open Space Initiative that ran between 2002 and 2015. We accumulated $33 million with that initiative. And we'll go over a list of projects that we were able to accomplish during that time. But those funds are nearly complete. The 2.6 million that you see there in that far lower right-hand corner, those funds are going towards a wastewater project. It's about a $2.1 million project that's in progress right now. So that will be pretty much the end of our capital access to capital funds. So that's where we land there. Organizationally, this is just a very brief overview. You can see that we have a director, an assistant director, which is a vacant position. And then we have two managers, one that oversees our operations and maintenance, that's Rob Morrison, and Gretchen Polson is our administrative manager. In administration, she oversees customer service, and we have an account tech there. And underneath there, we have other administrative staff. Not many, but we have some. You see our coordinators there in the middle. We have the recreation coordinator, which is Ricky Conway. I've mentioned him. Events coordinator, Tim Schultz, who is soon to be going over to facilities. So that position will be vacant. And then our outreach coordinator, Liz Krug, who also has been very successful at writing grants for us, which kind of goes back to that budget conversation. We have been very successful in leveraging our operations dollars with grants, and she's been doing an outstanding job of that. And then again, operations and maintenance manager Rob Morrison has two supervisors, Jeffrey Gross, who oversees our natural resources, and Kevin Van Horn, who oversees our facilities. And then there are several trades workers and maintenance workers under them. So a little bit digging a little deeper behind the scenes. When we are fully staffed, we sit at about 16 individuals housed in Flagstaff. We currently have 4 vacancies. Come January, we're going to see 6 vacancies with the special events coordinator and a maternity leave. So we're going to have a new baby in the family. And so for a while, we'll have 6, we'll be sitting at 6 and then 5. And then hopefully we'll do much better than that as time goes by and we begin to fill those vacancies. And then in Tuba City, because we have our Louise Yellowman County Park there, we have 3 part-time staff that help maintain that park, which is truly one of the most beloved parks. It is utilized very, very heavily. And as such, because of the amount of use and the distance from Flagstaff, it is one of our more challenging parks to maintain. And then we see a number of seasonal full-time staff between May and September, October-ish, and then temporary staff for our programs and county fair and those types of services that we provide. We have a Parks and Recreation Commission. Each county supervisor, each district has 2 volunteer community members. And these folks advise the county supervisors on parks and recreation matters. And then we also have a nonprofit Friends of Coconino County Parks group. They're a volunteer group as well. And they fundraise and volunteer and they advocate for the Parks and Recreation Department. With regard to the Parks and Recreation Commission, we have 2 vacancies in District 1, and in terms of District 4 for Supervisor-elect Begay, your commissioners are Mary Hendricks and Ellen Parrish, which we want to make sure we put you in contact with them so that you have an opportunity to know who they are. Passionate group of people, all of them wonderful to work with, and we're lucky to have such a great commission. Here's a list of some of those major accomplishments that we were able to achieve through the County Parks and Open Space Initiative. Several park improvements. The amphitheater was constructed with that. We built numerous miles of trails, acquired those open spaces that we talked about, like Pump House Wash and Rogers Lake, very important ecological landscapes. Interpretive sites on the Navajo Nation. Louise Yellowman County Park was constructed with these dollars, and we were able to reach as far as Fredonia and as underneath the ground with our sewer that's coming into Fort Todd Hill County Park, because Fort Todd Hill operates off of a septic system, which I think you heard on Tuesday. Some of our department's limitations is our lack of funds for larger projects, and we have a lot of deferred maintenance, and our centralized staffing. We feel like that poses a limitation in terms of being a county Parks and Recreation department and really getting out there and servicing the county's Parks and Recreation needs. But we also have great opportunities ahead of us, and that is the implementation of the 2019 master plan. Fort Todd Hill still has there's lots of opportunity there. The amphitheater and improving access to the community. And then, we also feel that there's a heightened awareness with Parks and Recreation being deemed as an essential service resulting from the COVID pandemic. So there might be an interesting wave that we can ride there. So, and with that, that is my presentation. Happy to take questions with the few minutes that we have left.
Thank you, Cynthia. This is Liz, and so appreciate that overview. Are there any questions of Cynthia? Okay, great. Well, thanks for keeping us on schedule. And
Madam
we
Chair,
will go
we do have one. Madam
we
Chair.
do have one. Sure, go ahead.
Just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really good to get the overview of the departments, and knowing that it's a high level overview. There's going to be a lot more to be coming. So thank you so much, Cynthia.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to go over to Public Works, and Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani is also the Director of Public Works. And so I know she's joined by members of her team. So Lucinda, I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right. Good afternoon. Great to be with you again. Thank you for the opportunity to present Public Works, Flood Control District, and Forest Restoration to you. And the team, which is shown here, is excited to work with the new supervisors and, of course, returning supervisors. We're really proud of our team, and we're going to march through a pretty healthy set of slides, but I think we'll still have some time for some question. And Esler Musta, the Deputy Director for Public Works, is going to share his screen and is sharing his screen and going to assist with with the presentation, as is Christopher Tressler, our county engineer. So with that, just a few key facts, some notes that are important to us in the county. The Public Works Department was the first county public works department across the nation to receive accreditation through the American Public Works Association, and that is our industry association. Very, very large association. It represents, now it's international. And we were reaccredited in 2017, and now we're going through reaccreditation again. This last accreditation, we actually were selected for several of our practices to be model practices and presented those at national conference and so forth. So we get asked to speak at APWA quite frequently. One other important point to understand that relates to our paved roads is that this area has the highest annual freeze-thaw cycles in the country. And that's because in the winter, like today, it's a great example, the temperature hovers around 30, 32, 35 in that range frequently throughout the day. It may obviously goes much colder at night in the winters and warmer during the day sometime, but there's a lot of time. And so what's happening is that pavement freezes and thaws up to 11 times a day, many times in the winter, and that creates havoc for pavement. It doesn't like that. So that creates challenges. So on to Esler's going to share some other key information. Esler?
Yes, thank you, Lucinda. Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for having us to do a high-level overview of the Public Works Department. This is our mission statement, which is dedicated stewardship of the public infrastructure. But I want to share with the board that it is the vision, that is the aspiration for our department, and that one of the reasons why, like, I'm always attracted to Public Works is that we see our work connecting communities, and we see our work being a connector of people, and we take that very much at heart. Just like every other department in the county, we live our mission and our vision in all the activities that we do, be it snow removal to natural disasters to community cleanups or engineering projects. These are the values that that our department has come up with 4 years ago, and they are the guiding principles for the work that we do. And they were very organic because they had an engagement and were in the genuine sense of the word, a grassroots effort of articulating the values that we want to see in our Public Works team. And we've recently, this year, we started engaging in developing a new strategic set of priorities that would guide the department through the next couple of years. And we had a validation of those values that you saw earlier. And these are some of the strategic priorities, and these strategic priorities, again, are building on the existing culture and the existing platform at Public Works. And our goal is that as we progress and as we become are able to take that next step, like we are improving in our overall processes across the board. And again, these are still in a draft format as we are working through the information with our larger leadership team and collaborative team here at Public Works. And then I'll turn it over to Lucinda.
All right, thank you, Esler. The Public Works organization, we'll go to the organizational chart here, and you can see that there's a Ezra will walk through the divisions, but you can see we have a deputy director, deputy director. Importantly, we're also responsible with for the flood control district, and we will discuss that next. And formally, there is a relationship. The director serves as the flood control district administrator, as well as the county engineer serves as the district engineer, and that's actually in a statute in terms of the engineer. And then, of course, we have our forest restoration initiative that falls into the flood control district, and that's Jay Smith, and he'll be on to present for forest restoration a bit later as well. We have a total of 121 FTEs in Public Works. We have a very diverse team, and we're very proud of our diversity. It's a great place to work. We have, again, a lot of diversity, and currently we have 13 vacancies in Public Works. Again, as you've heard from other departments, we're managing filling those. However, we are filling all vacancies that we have in road maintenance so that we can maintain our service levels. In fact, we just are in a process now of filling several operator one positions, our entry-level operator positions. Operators must hold a Class A or Class B commercial driver's license to be able to operate equipment. And that's an accomplishment. It's a pretty rigorous testing process done by ADOT. And then our mechanics in both of our shops, our heavy equipment shop, as well as our mechanical services shop, hold automotive service excellence certifications. They have to be in those level of positions. Interestingly, our workforce, these numbers are really based on the road maintenance. And you're going to hear more about, I don't know, we may not have this slide, but certainly hear more about it over time. We implemented a retention and attraction program for operators. Very hard to compete with the construction industry. And this last year, the board was very supportive of that, approved that back in November 2019. And one of the reasons for that is that we have a very high percentage of operators that are eligible for retirement, as well as we got to have both ends of the spectrum. And then we have 70% of our operators have 5 or years less experience, years of experience. So that creates a challenge, but we've developed an excellent training program that people have the opportunity to move through, and they now have the opportunity to move through steps. So we're excited about implementing that. Christopher?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, so we have approximately just under 1,000 lane miles or total miles of roads that the county maintains. And a third of those roads are paved. And we're showing here the breakdown of the county doesn't actually own land that some of the roads are on, such as the Forest Service or the BIA might actually be the owner of the road, but the county is the maintainer of the road. We have a large number of gravel roads, and which take continued maintenance, and definitely takes a large portion of our road maintenance budget. And then we have CIP projects where we're repaving or doing pavement preservation on these roads, and that's how we maintain our inventory of roads. We also, if that falls into this budget, is the roadside drainage budget that's separate from road control, or excuse me, let me say that again. Our roadside drainage program is handled by our CIP under Public Works, and it's separate from our flood control district drainage projects. So I think we can go to the next slide. Is this Esler? Or
yes. So I'd like to talk a little bit at a high-level view of the different divisions within the Public Works. We have the Office of the Director that, of course, works on establishing the strategic vision for the department and executing the Board of Supervisors policy and direction. We had our Road Maintenance Division, which is our largest division, as Lucinda mentioned earlier, that does everything from pavement and road maintenance to snow removal, grading, transportation from the pit materials and the like. And then our Fleet Services Division is responsible for managing all the county assets that are on and off the road, with heavy equipment in support of our road operations, but also in support of our Parks and Recreation department that you heard earlier today. We have our Administrative Services Division that is responsible for producing the annual budgets and maintaining our financial management as the sources of funding for road activities. Are dedicated funding from the highway user fees, as well as the road, like the local road maintenance sales tax. And we have our engineering division that Christopher heads, that does construction management and small scale engineering, and manages all the capital improvement plans, including the pavement preservation efforts. So those are all the different divisions, and we have a set of programs, and they are on the right side of the slide, with safety and training program being the one of them. And safety is a top priority for our team, being the large scale industrial operation that we are, and like around equipment and the like. We take safety at heart, and it's again, it's a key word and very much a part of our DNA. One area where we've done a significant investment is also the training. It's no secret that the trades and trade worker, that pipeline has been of new generations of employees coming into the trades has been severely severed. So we've come up with creative ways to grow our own trade mechanics and road operators, like Lucinda mentioned earlier, with the support and the direction of the board. And we are very proud of the training effort that go again along in all the different divisions within Public Works. Our facility maintenance and operation, we have about 133,000 square feet of space, and that is everything from specialty shops, equipment shops, and fleet services shops, to office space and cold storage barns that are located at 12 different locations throughout the county. Solid waste program is also another program within the Public Works that is funded through the general fund. The footprint of the solid waste program has been diminishing over time as the private sector has been offering more and more alternatives to county residents outside the city limits. But we do have very successful two very successful programs within the solid waste area. That is the community cleanups, the regional cleanups that happen on an annual basis here in Flagstaff, for the greater Flagstaff area, as well as in Williams for the western part of the county. And the other program within solid waste is the green waste operation, which has been has seen significant usage, especially with the increased awareness and the work that the county is doing to support resilient communities across our county. So the last program that I wanted to just again touch base very briefly on is the emergency response and mitigation program. Public Works is heavily involved in all the different natural disasters and natural phenomena that happen, like the snow and flood. And we under this program, we have that coordination with the emergency management services to like better respond and deploy when appropriate in coordination with the emergency management. And again, under this, like we've provided support not just for what would be considered traditional transportation related activities, but also during our COVID response as part of the One County effort. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Lucinda.
All right, I just want to take a few minutes to hit a few highlights on Proposition 403. Proposition 403, which is the road maintenance sales tax, was approved by the voters in 2014 by about 65% of the electorate. And it was a major effort. We began discussing this opportunity with the board in October 2012. And in June of 2014, the board made a decision to place that on the ballot, and it was on the ballot in November 2014. And we pursued this largely because the state had been since 2000, even way prior to the Great Recession, had been pursuing and taking funds from the counties, what we call sweeps, sweeping our gas tax funds. And those sweeps had become very severe during the Great Recession. And this had resulted in a reduction in forces within our organization. We were almost at 40% vacancy rate, and it absolutely affected our ability to provide services. Snow service was impacted significantly. And so the board made a decision that we needed to solidify our funding. And so this is a local sales tax applied throughout the county, and of 0.3 cents, and it supports investments in capital improvements. It supports investments. Importantly, very importantly, a key element of this was increasing the number of road miles maintained on the Navajo Nation. Those were increased by 30%. And it also created a capital matching program to match dollars coming from NDOT, or we actually match NDOT's dollars and the Navajo Department of Transportation funds to pursue improvement projects on those roads that we maintain. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that, I believe, in a minute here. Importantly, those funds coming from Proposition 403 are only applicable to roads that were in existence and being maintained by the county as of November 2014. So under that funding mechanism, we cannot add additional miles. Like I mentioned, a key component of 403 was the Navajo Nation Road Maintenance Services. And there's two components to that service. One component is the routine road maintenance service. We have 4 operators, of which 3 are shown here in the slide, and a supervisor who's on the left there. That's Juan Williams. And they just do a tremendous job working out on the BIA school bus routes. Again, that we have an agreement through BIA, which had this agreement for many, many years. Part of what prompted 403 was that historically we received school bus route funding through the federal government. And that funding was removed. Counties were no longer eligible for that money. That money all went to tribes directly as part of their federal transportation funding. And so we were no longer had access to those funds. And so through 403, we were able to add miles. We added a 4th operator, and we're now spending approximately $800,000 that solely on that routine road maintenance service. We also have worked with them very closely. It's important to understand that in that agreement, there are very clear limitations that we have because we do not obviously own the ground. The Navajo Nation through the BIA owns that property, so to speak. And we don't have authority. We have very limited authority under that agreement. Basically, it's to blade those roads. And we've worked with them to do a few small projects and things through that, but primarily that's blading. But that's a very, very important service. And certainly I know both of you have had a lot of experience, on nation roads and blading those roads and maintaining them. And they just do a phenomenal job out there. Thousands and thousands of blade miles every year on the nation. And a little small portion of Hopi. One road goes from Navajo Nation through Hopi and then back into the Navajo Nation. The second piece of that program is the Capital Matching Fund Program, where the county dedicates funding on an annual basis. It's $200,000 annually to then match funds and projects that the Navajo Department of Transportation that they identify. And the only requirement is that those projects be on the roads that we maintain on the nation, that we have that agreement with BIA. And NDOT is responsible, again, because they have the authority. We don't have this authority. They are responsible for engineering, the environmental clearances, and the construction. And so we dedicate that $200,000 annually. Right now, we have completed, it took us about 3 years to get that agreement, that MOU in place with the Navajo Nation. And we put that in place, and we have now completed this last year. We completed the first project, which was phase 1 of the N21 project. The next slated project is N21 phase 2, which their goal, NDOT's goal, is to take that forward to construction this next spring. Also on that project, we also provided transportation for materials from the Gray Mountain ADOT facility, where ADOT had donated some millings, pavement millings that come off of pavement projects. And we did all the transport for those millings, significant volume of transport for that. So we're excited about that program and moving that program. I believe the next project that's kind of in the sights right now for NDOT is N6910, which is in the Loop area. So, but they set those priorities based on their 5-year transportation fund, or their transportation plan, excuse me. So next slide. Christopher, are you going to quickly run through the major accomplishments?
Sure. So at Public Works, we've had a really busy year. We didn't see much of a slowdown for COVID, and development has just really blown up. But then also within Public Works, we've had our own projects, and we've done a lot this year. We continue to be and support the flood control district and respond to the need for a design of flood mitigation and things. The same staff that work in Public Works Engineering Division also do flood control district engineering and project oversight. Lucinda mentioned the N21 project. There's are we stuck on a slide, or are we moving forward, or is this our slide?
No, this is it. This is the slide.
Okay. So then we have the first phase of the Belmont project that we've constructed this year, and we expect to construct the roundabout. We'll finish the roundabout this next spring, and that provides important access and safety for the fast-growing community of Belmont there. Our pavement preservation program continues. Every year we expect to hit a road ideally every 7 years, and pavement preservation includes chip seals and thin overlays. And our road maintenance division of Public Works, they do the crack filling, and then we contract for the chip seal work. We have 41.3 million invested in all of our major road construction and pavement preservation projects. It's a significant an investment that we have, and we work hard to protect and to preserve that. We have within road maintenance, we bring online material pits in the Forest Service, and so we get to do a little bit of blasting, and we bring these pits online so that we can generate material, and it's mutually beneficial for the Forest Service and the county as we resurface our gravel roads. And then our operator retention and recruitment program to continue to grow our own and maintain our workforce. And then the culture of Public Works is really important, and we have skilled people, and probably Lucinda has expressed it several times that our success is largely contingent on keeping our workforce happy and engaged, and keeping a full workforce. And so we've spent a fair amount of time in that arena.
Great, thank you, Christopher. You can go to the next slide. That was a photograph of the brand new Oak Grove Pit, Public Works budget, just hitting the highlights here. We'll certainly work with both of you to go through our complicated financials. The total reoccurring revenues for Public Works is a little over 24 million. And the operating expenditures are approximately 6 million. This is for this budget year. And we did use the same projections that came from the finance department for projecting, for example, the RMST, the road maintenance sales tax, planned capital expenditures. You can see the figures there. And if revenues allowed, we've identified some additional expenditures that we will make. We will be coming back to you probably in early February to discuss our capital improvement plan as well as the pavement preservation plan, given that our revenues are doing better than expected. And I think one of the key pieces with Public Works, because we do hire outside companies to perform the work, it's a stimulus program. And I think I want to have a discussion with the board about moving ahead, as you will see, moving to the next. We also did plan for potential state sweeps, although at this point we have not heard that they will pursue those. They got a significant amount of COVID money from the federal government. So we're hoping they will not take those dollars away from us. You can see here where we've got use of fund balance, but you'll also see here at the bottom that we have an ending fund balance. We have a significant fund balance, but we have to maintain a very significant amount of reserves as well. For example, we had a road failure, I think now about 10 years ago out on Loop Road, and that cost us about $5 to $6 million, which had not been budgeted to repair. So, we have a solid financial standing, but we're also very vulnerable. For example, the first year of the Schultz flooding, we spent just $6 million alone in response, let alone project work and things like that. So we're very vulnerable to disasters, road failures, et cetera. So with that, we can take questions for a few minutes, and then we'll move to the flood control district. Esler, I think you can go ahead and take down that presentation. Any questions?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Thanks, Lucinda. Let me see if there are any questions. Are there any questions for Lucinda or Chris or Isler?
I'd like to comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I have the wrong set of headphones on now. So just a comment associated with this one. Roads are an interesting thing. Everybody in the world wants you to pave their road at somebody else's expense. And so, one piece to, if you don't know, you'll find out, but property taxes, we don't use property taxes on roads. People will come in with that discussion. They'll want a new road paved that isn't in our system. That's a big piece. We have projections, but it's associated with what's in our system. So that's important to know. From the state level, actually, most of our money comes out of the gas tax, but that's a dwindling resource until if and when the state ever modifies that revenue source. So as Lucinda presented, Prop 403, in time, it doesn't balance out overall for now. Over the next several years, it will. And so we're in a good space because we have that in place. But that also sunsets. So we probably in the next few years, we're going to have to start talking about are we going to run a new initiative associated with that? But one of the trickiest conversations that you often get into when you go into a community is, is related to roads, and it surely helps. Talking to staff about that, and it is an adventure. All of us have experienced. So anyway, just some thoughts to think about, and we have plenty of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. That's a very important point. And as we meet with you individually, we'll walk through, what that history of the process of creating 403 and how there was a recognition that there would not be adequate funding through that into the future. But at least it does give us some locally controlled funding, which is very important. So thank you.
Any other questions? And just go ahead and jump in if you have a question. I can't see if you have your hand raised up, so just jump in. Okay.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to flood control district. And I'm going to start with a little history here, a little bit of background in history. Go ahead, Esler. And then Jay Smith is going to come on and talk about forest restoration. You can see the budget here. This is based on a secondary property tax, which is the funding mechanism for the flood control district. Our rate right now is, and I'm going to use approximate figures here, but is about around 23 cents based on a $100,000 valuation. And the capacity set by statute is basically a half cent. So there is some capacity there, but the board's always been the board of directors. There is a separate board of directors for the flood control district, which is the board of supervisors. But when you sit as the flood control district, you'll sit as the board of directors. And the board of directors has always been fairly conservative with our investments relative to flood control district. And we'll get into some more history at some other point, but we'll have a little bit of it here. But the district, conducts flood assessments. We've been very active, as you'll hear, in the forest restoration arena over the last 2 to 3 years. And we're very involved in flood mitigation, certainly coming out of Schultz, Slide Museum fires, and doing post-wildfire studies. We're kind of in the forefront of that world nationally. History of the district was formed in 1984 after the state established the ability for counties to have flood control districts. And at that time, the cities of Page and Flagstaff and the town of Fredonia were allowed to opt out of the district. And because they managed their own floodplains at that time, and the county attorney at that time made a decision in his interpretation of the district statutes that we could allow them to opt out, and we didn't collect taxes from those areas. And that's important because we're going to come back to that issue here in a little bit. Sedona, we have always had a relationship with Sedona where we collected all of the tax, and then we deducted the cost for managing their floodplain. We continue to manage the floodplains within Sedona, and also had provided historically some money for projects. Williams, we collect the entire tax there, and those funds were turned over to Williams to manage its floodplain, but they are still within the district, and we collect taxes within Sedona, Williams, and Tucson. Next slide. Historically, the tax for the district, it was very, very low when it initially started, with a very small amount, and it funded a very limited number of projects. Usually that small amount of money was combined with a road project, and it really supported primarily kind of, accessory flooding issues to road projects. In 2012, the board made a decision to increase the rate as a result of Schultz. We had to have funds to match the funds that were coming in from the federal government to be able to implement that $30 million worth of mitigation. And part of the drive for that was that I remember Supervisor Taylor saying at the time that This would then also allow going forward for the flood control district to start looking at the floodplains within the unincorporated areas and beginning to try to better manage or mitigate those risks. We went through a process to do studies in those floodplains, and Munns Park and Mountain Dell were identified as 2 project areas. Mountain Dell project, we recently completed a project there, which when we go through the process with FEMA, will remove those properties from the FEMA floodplain, meaning they will no longer have to pay for flood insurance. Unfortunately for Munns Park, we looked at a project there. We had to cancel that project because of downstream impacts. So that's where it stands right now in terms of those projects. Little history on the district property tax levy. As I mentioned, initial tax, it was very low, 8 cents. It was raised to 20 cents in 2006 and then increased to 40 cents in 2010, again, to address the Schultz flood impacts. Then we had a situation occur. I don't know if this we might want to jump to the next slide here. I can't remember now. No, go ahead and go back. In 2018, a question had come up about the flood control district and its relationships with the cities that were within the flood control district, which included Sedona, Williams, and Tucson. And a question was raised, not related to taxes at all, but related to how we interface with them. At that point, we had never even had IGAs with those cities. And I went to Rose and said, hey, we need to look at this. We need to get a more formalized process in place. She agreed. At that time, she brought in an outside counsel. Roberta Livesay, who's an expert in flood control districts, works with many of the flood control districts, most of them across Maricopa and others across the state. And she began to go through our historical documents and identified that, in fact, when the district was formed back in '84, it was formed incorrectly and in conflict with the state statute. And then and as a result, there were a series of executive sessions with the board where she advised the board of directors that they were not they were in conflict with the state statute, and that she advised that they take an action to conform to the state statute and the state constitution. There's a constitutional issue here as well. And the board then took that action on May 15th, 2018. And basically what that resulted in is that we are now collecting flood control district tax within Flagstaff, Page, and Fredonia. And that began in fall of 2018. And you'll see to the right here, we did a communication that went out to all taxpayers. It was part of we worked with Treasurer Benatar and did a major communication effort out through media and other sources through this. I think at all total, we got 3 phone calls. So interestingly, didn't have virtually no response from the public. It doesn't impact floodplain administration. Those cities that still manage their floodplains, which is Williams, Flagstaff, Page, and Fredonia, they continue to do that. But we do now collect the tax within those cities per the state statute. And those cities can revert the floodplain administration back to the county at any time, and we would have to accept this responsibility. And these are a set of slides that were provided to the board and presented publicly to all the jurisdictions after this took place. And basically that statutory authority requires that there's a common benefit across the county, and therefore why this tax has to, one of the reasons the tax has to be collected across the county. So you can see some of the other pieces here, and this was controversial with the cities. They were not happy about the tax being extended to their jurisdictions. And we literally went to the cities and said, please take us to court, file a lawsuit, and let's take this to the court to ensure that, in fact, this is consistent with the state statute and the Constitution. And I mean, we literally had many conversations, particularly with the city of Flagstaff, but we asked all the cities, will you take us to court? We will fund that litigation. We will pay for it. And they all, after review, decided not to pursue that. I think that was influenced by the city attorney in Sedona, who had been a county attorney in Yuma and was very, very familiar with the flood control district statutes. And he came out very early on and said, oh, I can't believe this was done. And yes, you were not in conformance with the statute. And I think that ultimately influenced city attorneys across the county. So on to the next slide here. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jay, and Jay will quickly go through the forest restoration slides here. We'll have more discussion and more history we can share about what's transpired with the district over the last several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. So the Forest Restoration Initiative, created in 2018, was kind of created as a result of a decision by the board in 2017 to identify catastrophic wildfire, post-wildfire flooding as the #1 safety risk or public safety risk to our communities. And so we created the initiative. We're funded through the flood control district. And the reason we did that is because of that post-fire flooding, but it also puts a little caveat that as we do work through this initiative, it has to have a nexus to the flood control district. So that does put some restrictions on where we spend the money. And the mission, obviously, to increase the pace and scale of forest restoration in the county. Also, for me to work with the Forest Service and other partners and agencies to build that relationship to increase that pace and scale, and then also to develop the forest restoration industry. So some of the goals that I work on is to identify these high priority areas through studies, scientific studies that we've conducted, through NAU, through other groups, FEMA funded studies, so that we can find out where do we need to spend these dollars to make the most impact on our flood control district and the county for protecting people and watersheds. We're looking at different ways to fund this and work this on federal land. A lot of the work that we do, or most of the work, is on federal land. So we look at good neighbor authority agreements with the Forest Service. We're working with National Forest Foundation through some of their agreements that they have with Forest Service to be able to do this work on federal land. We also work on a lot of grants, trying to find that funding and that mechanism to finance this work. It's very expensive. As you know, the helicopter logging was $10,000 an acre. Other places could be as low as $500 an acre, and then anything in between, depending on the steepness and rockiness of the ground that we're working on. I spend a lot of time working with the Forest Service and NAU's Ecological Restoration Institute, using my background from forest industry on ways to improve efficiencies, ways to really modernize the Forest Service. They're working on some pretty outdated systems that have been around for 100 years, and they really don't fit what we're doing. We've gone from cutting the big trees that have value to now we're cutting all the small trees within the forest back to a natural state, trees that have little to no or negative value. So we've got to find other ways to do this work and make it profitable for the industry. I was hired in 2018, came from private industry with over 24 years of experience to get this, kind of do these things and work these things. So we're working right now on some hydrology studies in Warmer Mountain, Oak Creek, to help us understand better ways to treat and where to treat. We began the work on Bill Williams Mountain that we identified as the highest priority in Coconino County at this time. Started that in 2019. You can see here in this picture the difference between untreated or pre-treatment and post-treatment on this mountain here. Go to the next slide. We did 300 acres in the first phase. We're looking to do another 250 to 300 acres in phase 2, which will begin next year in 2021. Next slide, please. And if there's any questions for flood control district, we're here to take those now.
All right, Esther, you could take down this presentation. Thank you. All right, any questions on flood control district? And I know it's a lot to cover in a very, very quick period of time. It's a big department with a lot of pieces and a lot of activity. So any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
And I do know, and many of us read about the problems between the city and the county when the county started collecting the taxes. And how are you coordinating with the city Flagstaff and the other cities, quite frankly, for flood control management?
So the district's responsibility, there is actually no responsibility to the jurisdictions whatsoever. The district's focus is broader flood control district actions and opportunities, and primarily focused in the non-incorporated areas. And this is true whether it's in Maricopa or other areas. What you see somewhere like Maricopa and the Maricopa Flood Control District, for example, is that unlike in our area where the jurisdictions don't share a floodplain. So think about the Agua Fria, and you think about that it flows through, Peoria, Avondale, Phoenix. It flows through a number of jurisdictions. There in Maricopa, they do have a grant program, but they also hold aside a significant, fair amount of money that they also put toward the floodplains within their incorporated areas, the unincorporated areas. But most of their area is incorporated. So whereas in our area, we still have, several, we have 6 floodplains that are FEMA special flood hazard areas that we are accountable for specifically to FEMA that we have to manage. And we manage the National Flood Insurance Program for those areas. So it's very different in a lot of the more urbanized areas than it is here in terms of how it's been managed. So, this is something that, several years ago now, as Jay just pointed out, 3 years ago, the board of directors made a decision to prioritize forest restoration because frankly, if we continue to have these fires and we continue to have post-wildfire flooding, we are going to, the flood control district will be bankrupt and we won't be able to do anything longer term. We'll just continue to be bankrupt and we won't have any funds to accomplish any flood control district projects with or without the cities. So it's important that, yes, we work with them and support them. Cities, very importantly, cities and towns all have the authority to levy fees, stormwater fees, and that's how they fund. So in Maricopa, they may fund a small portion of a project, let's say in like Avondale or Peoria, but they expect the lion's share of the funding to come from that jurisdiction through their stormwater fees. The only city in this county that levies a stormwater fee is Flagstaff, and they're the sole one that does. And so there's a lot of complexity to how stormwater and stormwater is all funded by cities, how flood control is funded primarily by cities in this state and to a lesser degree by flood control districts. And that's because we are capped. The amount of money that we're raising is, $4 million. Remember, we spent $30 million at Schultz, right? And we spent about 15 to 20 million. I mean, you know, we spent a tremendous amount of money responding to that, both in all kinds of different, you know, both public works funds and other funds. But so it's a really complicated piece, you know, that we need to help people understand what is the actual dynamic, right? And I think there are opportunities to work together, and certainly Supervisor Horstman, we want to work with you to work with the city council at Flagstaff, because there's tremendous threat to the city of Flagstaff from the Upper Rio. And if the Upper Rio burns, the project that they're investing in now, the 100 plus, you know, what is it now? I think we're up to 120 million that they're investing in the Rio project, the Rio to Flag project. That will be entirely wiped out. If that watershed burns and it floods, that $100 million will probably provide some benefit, but it would be a very limited benefit under those circumstances when you know you get 6 to 10 times at least minimally the amount of water. So we need to work on that challenge so that that $100 million is plays out to be a value to those to Flagstaff. But I think there's a lot of opportunity, particularly with Upper Rio and with, you know, to some extent, Mormon Lake, that's less so. There's less of a nexus, much less of a nexus there. But there's certainly opportunity for us to work together in the forest restoration arena to better reduce down the threat of wildfire, as well as the devastation of post-wildfire flooding.
And Lucinda, I was going to add to, this is Liz, that, I mean, there is obviously a tremendous opportunity to bring the various city councils and mayors up to speed, especially those that have had a changeover in their, in the composition of their leadership. And so, for example, the city of Flagstaff, I mean, everybody's new except for one member. So, obviously we want to make sure that we bring, them up to speed and do an orientation and a briefing, as well as for some of the other cities and towns. And so, that's one of the things we'll want to do before we get too far into the new year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much what Liz is saying. There's a fresh opportunity here. Don't believe everything you read in the paper. There were unique circumstances and individuals in the conversation. When you get the full background associated with it, there'll probably be a broader understanding. With the changeover that's occurred, it's a fresh opportunity. I think we can definitely enhance our relationships and take advantage of that opportunity.
I have one more question, if I may, Madam
Sure,
Chair.
go ahead.
And by the way, I'd certainly like to be a part of any type of work with the Board of Supervisors and with the Flagstaff City Council, since a number of my district, now District 1, would be flooded if in fact that occurs. So I'd very much like to be part of that. So, and then number 2, and this is just a question, the air curtain burners. I was really excited about the air curtain burners and thought they were really cool. So are they still being used? What's the status of the burners?
Jay?
Yeah, so we used it in a pilot project with the Forest Service last year. We were able to identify some issues that the Forest Service has with the way they look at any fire that's on, whether it's in a air curtain burner or just open brush pile burning. There has to be a lot of overhead and oversight by the Forest Service. So we're trying to work through some of that. We're also going to be really utilizing more toward some of our community cleanups and some of the grants that we're working on for trying to work within communities like Munns Park, Kachina Village, so that we can reduce the amount of slash removal and the cost of that, so that we can bring our air curtain burner and set it down, which is what we really bought that for. It's so mobile. And so we're really looking to uptick the amount of use of it in the next year or so through some grants that we're working on.
Thanks, Jay.
And I'll add that know, there is an advocacy opportunity, I'll say, with the Forest Service to really look at how they manage this operation, which is frankly extremely safe and far safer than pile burning. Certainly the health benefits to reducing the emissions that come from just burning the raw piles. It's a fraction of the air emissions. So anyway, there's a lot of good reasons that we need to continue that conversation with the Forest Service and try to get them again. They carry some practices that are very old and this new technology. It's actually not that new. Air curtain burners are used extensively in places like California where they have air quality control regulations by landfills and others to dispose of green waste, and they're used all over. So
there's some work we need to do with our own ADEQ, the air quality permitting system. Does not allow us to use it when there's fire restrictions. There's other things that we have to do that when we're trying to actually improve air quality, they're putting a lot of permitting issues in our way as well. So we're going to be doing some work and probably be doing some lobbying for ADQ.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Not a question.
Sure,
I have a comment. I'm sorry. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor-elect.
I like the presentation that was done by Lucinda, Jay, and also Islar. It's a lot of information, a lot of good initiatives that are going on. And I certainly would like to have time with your department because I do have some questions, and I know we're past our time here, but I just want to say I certainly would like to sit down with your department on public works, and I have a lot of interest in your department overall, also others too, but you know, I would like to soon meet with them individually. So I want to say thank you for the great presentation and all the presentations that are listed. I'm pretty sure that that's how it is, and we're here, you know, to work with you, and you know, wherever you guys need help, you know, or vice versa, you know, that's what we're here for. So thank you very much.
absolutely, thank you, Supervisor Begay, and I know that Sean has reached out to you to see if we can get some time set up, and we look forward to meeting with you.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, I'll try to get us back on track here just a little bit, and we're going to go over to our superintendent of schools. Thanks, Lucinda. Thanks to the whole team. Really appreciate the thorough presentation. Okay, we'll now go to Dr. Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the rest of the Board of Supervisor and colleagues. Good afternoon on this nice, wonderful, breezy day.
Right.
It's a good day overall, in spite of what may be happening all around us. I'm glad to present to you today Supervisor-elect Begay and Horseman. My name is Tommy Lewis. I got appointed to this position by the Board of Supervisor in November of 2019 to finish out a term that was vacated by Risha Vanderway, who joined Tuba City Unified School District. So more recently, I ran and got reelected to serve a full term. I'm enjoying my job very much. It's something that I take very seriously. I always say that education is very serious business, and we try our best to live up to the highest ethical and moral standards as education leaders here in my office. I'm an elected official, and we are governed by Arizona Revised Statute Title 15. And we perform a variety of duties for school districts, including apportioning school monies, maintaining school district revenue and expenditure records, processing school district warrants, assisting school districts in the budgeting process, conducting elections and making appointments of school district governing board members, administering accommodation, school district, and other functions. Under others, we also take care of the spelling bee contests every year. Well, I had a meeting with the Arizona Association of County School Superintendents yesterday. There was some discussion on upcoming spelling bees. Some counties will not be doing it because of the pandemic. Others indicated that they will go forward with it with certain guidelines and criteria. We haven't made a decision yet. I'll be meeting with my staff on that. The other function is the Teacher of the Year Award, which is all funded by contributions made by local vendors and companies in the community. So it's something that is really beginning to take effect, and we're looking forward to continuing on with it if the funding from the vendors continue to come in. So I'm going to also just briefly talk about the finance portion. Tina Wells got sick overnight, and so it's for that reason she's not going to be a part of our presentation. Tina is our chief deputy. She's been with the county for over 25 years, and she's really, she knows the county very well. She knows the office very well. She knows the county. So we oversee 9 school districts within the county. Flagstaff Unified School District is the largest. And so working with these superintendents as well as governing board is a big job. We have no statutory authority over these districts. So our working relationship is really contingent upon a cordial, collaborative working relationship that has to be established through trust and respect. And I certainly try my best to reach out and engage the superintendents on educational issues, education reform, education policy, funding, and so forth. And so we have our bi-weekly meetings, and they're always a good crowd. We also reached out to the charter school officials more recently from July on. The county health department has been very helpful in helping me meet with the superintendent as well as charter school official regarding COVID-19 pandemic issues. And I think that those meetings are beginning to become very effective. School district really appreciate the information that we share with them. They say that it's one of the most important meetings that they have on a weekly basis. And so I'm glad to hear that. With me is Cheryl Mango Paget. She'll be talking about another department within our office called Innovation and Development. Altogether, there are 17 county employees within the superintendent's office, 5 within my office and 12 within Cheryl's division. And we're located within the Ponderosa High School, which is under the Coconino County Accommodation School District. This building was put here in 2005. We have another high school in Page that we run called Seattle High School. They're alternative high schools meant to serve those students that are at risk. Some of them have problems going to a regular high school. They need another way of getting their education. And so a lot of students come here with various issues and situations, and we do our best to help them. They still have to meet the Arizona academic standards, the graduation requirements, and we do what we can to have them meet the graduation requirements and go about their life. So I'm going to say that much on my part. Cheryl has a lot of information to share with you about our work directly related to school improvement and teaching, as well as professional development and many other things that we do alongside our primary work, which is the finance part. And so I'm going to say that much, and Cheryl will present you a slide presentation to just give you a brief summary of all the work that we have in progress here at the superintendent's office. So Cheryl, if you can chime in.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, it's visible. We can see
Okay.
it.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. I just want to say good afternoon, Chairwoman Archuleta, members of the board, and members of the Coconino County team. Thank you for having us here. The Superintendent of Schools' mission is to create a world-class, authentic, research-based educational system with overt community support. And the mission is so that we can leverage our work so that our Coconino County will be a large county with bigger ideas and with education that is at the heart of all the efforts. And so to help support our mission, the Innovation and Development Office serves schools, all of our county schools, which include our private, our parochial, our charter, and our school districts. And we do this with in mind because we want to increase academic achievement and quality teaching through providing professional learning experiences and support the schools in their special education services, because we have a lot of schools that cannot meet the special education needs of their students. And we also support schools in implementing the standards and assessments that are required by the state. To do this, we provide a couple of different services here down in the Innovation and Development Division. We have a small schools consortium because there are some entitlement funds that schools cannot get that are if they don't meet the $10,000 threshold. And so we form a consortium, and currently this year we have one with 6 schools in our county, and they're able now to secure $56,000 in Title III monies. We provide my SPED team provides social emotional learning support, and we are currently working with schools. This started before COVID and is now really amped up since COVID has impacted our schools and our families and students. And we are working with schools on becoming systems aligned within their strategic plans, as well as providing professional development to families, as well as educators in the area of social emotional learning, so that schools can become trauma informed. Because we know if a student comes to school with social emotional impacts or trauma, we know that they have difficulty learning. And we're doing that through our Governor's Office of Youth, Family, and Faith grant that was just approved by the board on December 8th, as well as some force fee monies that was allocated by the board. Under that social emotional, we unfortunately had a death of one of our county teachers. And so we are providing them with crisis team intervention support and assisting them through their grieving process. We also spend a lot of time on, through our professional development, on effective teaching and developing leadership skills. I noted that we provide special education services, and another area in the special education arena is we provide the clinical services. Speech pathologists, school psychologists, licensed clinical social workers, OT, physical therapy, and so on, because a lot of our schools cannot afford a FTE. So we go ahead and put that together, and then we work with them on best practices with special education, and hopefully changing some of the way we practice special education and identification of special education students here in Coconino County. We do a ton of grant writing to meet the needs of our county schools. We do fee-for-service classes, and we do a lot of newsletters and advocacy. So to give you a quick few snapshots, here's some data. Not all the FY21 data is calculated, but you can see the number face-to-face now means synchronous. So like you're seeing me now classes. So we've done 67 since COVID started. And then the hours of online professional development is the asynchronous hours. So when you might not be working with me or one of the providers directly. You can see that over this past fiscal year, we have facilitated over 80 hours of professional development. We've had over 1,143 educators participating. You can see what that takes as far as course planning. And we also offer coaching services. So it's one-on-one coaching with different districts have asked us to coach. So providing instructional support to both leaders. Sometimes it's leadership coaching, and sometimes it is with the teachers and support staff. You can look at our special education numbers as well. We have over 21 contracts this year to provide services, and that's a really large number because a lot of services have been temporarily suspended because we can't work with kids directly. But when we are given permission by ADE so that the schools can stay in compliance, we are providing those services both on-site as well as virtually. And you can see that we are providing to 9 different schools or districts special education services. That does not include, because that goes under a different way we capture the social emotional learning support that the SPED team does. We also have a physical resource checkout library as well as a virtual that a lot of our schools don't have the funds to have, believe it or not, the microscopes, weights, rockets to help them teach science and math as well as literacy books. So we have a resource library that we provide all of this equipment so that they can ensure that their students are having an appropriate education. As I said, we work off of a lot of grants. This office does not come from the general fund. It is basically fee for service and grants. And about 6 months ago, we got a National Science Foundation grant for $399,000. It's a 3-year grant. Where we are working with middle school teachers on developing culturally relevant STEM lessons, as well as providing them best pedagogical practices and content knowledge. And our schools in year 1 are, some are out on the reservation, and we have 2 in-town schools. We have a grant that was approved by the board, the Governor's Office of Youth, Family, and Faith, to provide social emotional learning and helping schools become trauma informed. It's renewable for the next 2 years. And this year we are working with Loop Incorporated, which is a grant contract type school on the reservation, Navajo Reservation. And we are working with Knowles Elementary, which is here in Flagstaff. We have the Title III English Language Learner Entitlement Grant for $56,000. And we have an ITEST grant that we're waiting. We are a sub-recipient with Navajo Tech, and we are waiting on Navajo Tech to get us the IGA, and that's for $1 million. And that's working with high school students and educators in the area of STEM as well. Pending, we have a proposal for early childhood STEM grant. And so we're waiting on that. It is with Worcester Polytechnical Institute in Massachusetts that we are partnered with. The NSF ITEST grant, the first one, is a partnership with NAU and Arizona State as well. In the process, we are writing coming up, and we're identifying some more grants that we're writing this second semester and summer. But ASK, the Association for Supportive Childcare, is in need of this office's expertise in the area of literacy. And so we are working through the registry to be certified to help them with early literacy and offering early childhood, which would be preschool through grade 3 or age 8. Arizona Department of Ed is going to be initiating an RFP in the area of literacy as well. And there's not much information on it. I have a meeting with them on January 14th. We're going to be working with I3 on federal grant, both in social emotional learning to try to secure some more funds, as well as literacy. And then our IES partnership grant, again with Worcester, in the area of STEM. So that is kind of our forecast based on our needs assessment that we have given to the schools. And we've also kind of shifted and are looking for proposals, but we haven't found any that will assist us. We've had to do a lot of professional development and working with teachers on not the technical skills for providing online education, but also looking at the pedagogically appropriate skills that engage our learners. So you can look at some of the impacts from our programming. And these numbers are from the year before because we haven't done our numbers yet. But you can see the amount of schools, students that we serve over the course of any fiscal year. And I'll just leave you with this, is that community support and your support is what will drive a better community and economic prosperity if we do it right here in the education field.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Just one other piece of information for you is that we're located within the Ponderosa High School, which is under the Coconino Accommodation School District, and we pay them $40,000 a year for us to be located within this building. It's a nice building. It's fun to be here with students laughing and talking at the other end and the hallways. So makes it a very lively environment when school is open. Our primary funding comes from the forestry funds at about $500,000 a year. And we get a little bit more to help with some of the outdoor education with nonprofit organizations within the community. So I really believe that we're well equipped, and I have outstanding staff, very competent, very capable professional educators. Many of them are certified teachers, administrators, and they've worked at the school level for many years with children and with parents and community leaders. So I have a lot of confidence in my staff. I am really glad that we have a team spirit here at the school district office. So I'm going to end my presentation with that, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Superintendent Lewis. We appreciate the overview of your department. And we now will go on to our Chief Deputy Recorder, who is going to be presenting for the, no, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Did I not get that correctly? No, I did. Okay, our Chief Deputy Recorder, Donna Kastner, who's going to be presenting for Recorder Hansen. Go ahead. We just can't
Hello,
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, okay. Can you see me?
We can see you and we can hear you. Maybe speak a little bit louder.
Okay.
There you go. That's great. Thank you.
Hi. So Patty Hansen, she can't be here today. She's our county recorder. I'm the chief deputy, Donna Kastner. And Patty put together a couple slides just as an overview of our department and what we do. So I'm going to go ahead and share that with you. Just let me know when you can see it.
Okay, it says you're sharing. We can see it now. It's we can see the slides and then the slides on the slide. So there we go. Now it's in slideshow view. Thank you. Okay.
So as I said, I'm the chief deputy recorder at the county recorder's office. And this is our organizational chart. I'll go through the different divisions in a moment here, but basically we have the county recorder, Patty Hansen, and then under her is the chief deputy recorder, myself, and then our elections director. And then we also have the recording division with our senior administrative manager, and then also our business manager who takes care of our mail room. But I'll go through the different divisions here. The voter registration division, I head that department, and we are responsible for voter registration, and that is an ongoing activity. Every day out of the year, we get updates to voter registration. So it's not just election time that we're busy. Voter list maintenance activities that includes cancellations, address changes, things like that. Early voting, the voter registration division actually is responsible for all of the early voting, mailing out the ballots, getting them back, processing the early ballots, and taking care of the in-person early voting sites around the county. We also process all of the provisional ballots that come back to us after Election Day and make sure that those voters were eligible to vote, and we determine whether or not those provisional ballots will count. We also verify signatures on petitions when there's initiatives, candidate challenges, things like that. We do that signature verification to make sure that petition is valid. And we also accept and reject ballots for vote by mail elections. Some of the jurisdictions might still have separate vote by mail elections. Okay, and then there's the elections division that consists of, well, right now, as you guys probably may know, we do have a vacancy. Our elections director, he moved and he put in his resignation right after the primary election. And in the meantime, we had Esler Musta from Public Works come over and be our interim elections director. So you probably, a lot of you are familiar with Esler, and he really saved us taking over quite a promise last minute to help us out. The elections division, they do a lot of different things, but the main thing is, of course, conducting the elections. We had 4 elections last year, or well, it seems like it should be last year. This year, is it still 2020? And that also includes obtaining the polling places, ensuring the compliance of the county's agreement with the Department of Justice regarding ADA requirements, reporting for that, laying out the ballot, making sure everything that should be on the ballot is there. Maintenance, programming, and testing of election tabulation equipment, poll worker appointment and training, ballot tabulation. After, well, on election night, we tabulate all of the ballots, and also all of the early ballots that come in before and on election day. Those are also tabulated by the elections division. Conducting the post-election hand audit, and also taking care of candidate filing, campaign finance reporting, and financial disclosure filings, and those happen throughout the year. Within the elections division, we have our Native American outreach program. Alta Edison, she has been around forever and ever. I believe she just celebrated her 40-year anniversary with us. She is the head of our outreach program. And they are responsible for voter education, registration, early voting, basically everything on the Native American reservations. They take care of coordinating the polling places, the poll worker appointments and trainings as well. They also have to make sure we're in compliance with legal agreements with the Navajo Nation. They do a lot of Navajo language translation. They go to a lot of chapter and tribal meeting presentations, and they produce radio ads and other educational materials for the reservation. And they were awarded a Cleary Award by the United States Elections Assistance Commission in 2019 for their outstanding innovations in elections. Okay, and then last but not least, we have our recording division. We record documents. And that is headed by our senior manager, Alicia Henry. The recording division maintains a comprehensive and accurate set of public records consisting of all documents appropriately presented for recording in compliance with Arizona state statutes. And so basically, we see a lot of deeds, mortgages, things like that, anything having to do with land or real property. And they are basically the only division that generates revenue for us through recording fees. They are our bread and butter. And then the recorder's office also oversees the county mail center. And Elta Foster she's also our business manager, but she also oversees the mail center. And of course, they're responsible for processing the county inbound and outbound mail from the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, and UPS. And in 2020, we expanded a lot of our services. Our main office is at the 110 East Cherry Avenue building. But we also have a Tuba City elections office that's at the basement of the Tuba City Library. And they were staffed and very busy throughout this whole year with the elections. We have since closed that office temporarily because there are no elections going on right now. And then we also have the warehouse where we do all of our ballot tabulation. We keep all of our elections equipment there and all of our retention. And that's over by where the old Harkins building was. And then we also had a temporary office at the Flagstaff Mall. We had it for most of the year, and we provided voter registration and early voting services there. And we also had an actual polling place on election day at a different location within the mall. And then we also shared the drive-up service window with the treasurer's office for most of the year, and that worked out really well. And we provided early voting and registration services there as well. But now basically we are going to go back to just our Cherry Avenue building and our warehouse until the next big elections. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. That was just basically an overview of what our department does.
Okay, we have a few minutes for questions, about 3 minutes. And also after this, if Dr. Lewis is still on the line as well, I didn't ask him at the end if there were any questions. I know when he first spoke, he asked if there were questions, but let's see if there's any questions first for our Chief Deputy Recorder, and then we'll see if I missed any for our superintendent. So any questions about the recorder's office? And if you do, just chime in. Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much for that overview. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you and Patty in the coming year, if not before.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And were there any questions for Dr. Lewis or for Cheryl? Okay, super. Well, I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, thank you. Just a quick comment. I really appreciate, I'm watching you from afar, Dr. Lewis, but really appreciate the work that you've been doing out there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Appreciate that comment. And so now why don't we go to our next presentation, which is our our assessor, Armando Reese, and I'll turn the floor over to him. Welcome, Armando.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. It's good to see everybody this afternoon. I was hoping we were a little early, but I don't see. I wanted to introduce you guys to my new chief deputy, since I had a quick second here. I think she was trying to get into the Zoom meeting here, so we'll just go ahead and get started. Let's see here. So let me share my screen here.
Madam Chair, Armando, she's been promoted now by Eric, so she's in the call now.
I can see the slides. Now I can see it in the slideshow format. Okay.
Okay, does that work?
It does.
Perfect. Well, again, thank you all this afternoon for a little opportunity to share about the assessor's office and the role of the assessor in the county. My name is Armando Reese. I'm the county assessor. As you probably know, I've had the privilege of working with Coconino County for the last 18 plus years. And the last 4 have been in my role as the county assessor. So again, just very grateful to be part of a great organization, and just wanted to say welcome to our 2 new supervisor-elects and looking forward to working with you. I first wanted to start off my presentation and just share with you the mission, our internal mission and vision of the assessor's office. Because, these are the driving principles that we use within our organization in collaboration and coordination with the county's overall goals. So our mission at the assessor's office is to deliver accurate and fair property assessments to property owners while inspiring confidence in local government. It's really, really important for me to ensure that we are working impartially, that the work that we do is accurate and it's fair for our property owners. Our vision in the assessor's office is to inspire and provide innovative solutions, to be leaders in the property tax valuation and administration, and to be the best assessor's office in the eyes of our residents, communities, and employees. So again, really, really important for us to, encourage my team to think outside of the box, to be leaders, and not only what they do in the office, but lead in what they do across the state. And we have several of our team members who do lead committees across the state. We are seen as one of the go-to counties in regards to property assessment. And so I'm really, really proud of my team for that. So I'll spend a little bit of time here. As you know, the assessor's office is a constitutional office. Everything that we do is actually directed by the Constitution or statute. And it really drives everything that we do and all the processes that we do within the assessor's office. Most of the statutes that direct our office can be can be found in Title 42 of the Arizona Revised Statutes. It's a great read if you ever have some time to go in there. It's pretty interesting. And the main goal of the assessor's office is bullet point number 1, is to locate, identify, and value all locally assessed property countywide. The county assessor is responsible for the properties across the entire county that are locally assessed. And what I mean by that is that we have several property types within Arizona, and some of those property types fall within the purview of the Arizona Department of Revenue, which you may hear. It's called centrally assessed property. It's properties that are usually span across multiple counties. So the Department of Revenue values those properties. Everything else is valued by the local assessor. And again, we work across the entire county. And in Coconino County, it's a very large county. We're very spread out. And so we do a lot of work in many, many communities across our very large county. We use several tools to accomplish this. We do a lot of data sharing. So we partner with our local and many of our cities for information in regards to permitting information. We use recorded documents from the recorder's office to do this, and several technologies, and lastly, boots on the ground. So we do have a component of our office and a section of our office that work in the field. In Coconino County, we have 76,657 parcels. So these are individually owned parcels across the county that either they could be commercial, they could be residential, they could be vacant land, with several different types of ownerships. We also value personal property. Personal property could be business-owned equipment. It could be properties such as manufactured homes that aren't directly tied or could be tied to a specific land parcel. So those types of properties fall under the personal property accounts, which we also value and notice. Property ownership is also a huge component to what we do. We need to know who to send the tax bill to. And so in order to do that, we look at recorded documents. So the recorder, the assessor, and the treasurer actually share the same type of system. So we have the capability of passing along information to each other. And so every day we pull recorded documents from the recorder's office and review those for property ownership changes. In Coconino County, my office processes over 15,000 title transfers a year. So we look at several documents. We look at the legal descriptions of those properties, identify what, where, and who owns those properties, and we make those changes so that when it comes time to actually sending a tax bill, we know who the correct owner is and who we should be sending that to. The assessor's office, we are responsible for actually noticing every single one of these owners of their valuation every single year. So as you can imagine, that's a huge task, and we send out over 85,000 notices annually, and that's required by law. One of the other duties that we do is we administer the qualified property tax exemptions. So it's our responsibility to look at ownership of these properties and determine if they qualify for a property tax exemption. Now, those can include government-owned properties, our nonprofits, our religious organizations, our widowers, our disabled persons exemptions, and our program called our Senior Value Protection Option, which are programs for those who are 65 plus on a limited income. So these are all statutory exemptions that we have to review and apply annually. One of the things that is really important to note, I guess, in regards to property exemptions is that not all not-for-profit organizations are exempt, and it's not an automatic exemption. So we have to go through a process of application and vetting of exemptions to ensure that they qualify under one of the exempt statutes that allows us to grant that exemption. So I just wanted to make sure that, that's one of the important things to note about the property tax exemptions. So, and then we also certify and provide the values to taxing jurisdictions for tax levy. Every year before February 10th, the assessor's office actually provides all the jurisdictions of the value that falls within their district boundaries. The district boundaries then use that information to apply towards the levy, their tax levy limitations, and determine what they can levy for that particular tax year. One of the components that's really key to this function is the addition of new construction that the assessor puts on the tax rolls over the previous year. And that's because in that tax levy formula, there's a couple different components that allow for a district to grow their funding ability, and new construction is one of those. And so it's really, really important for me and my staff to make sure that, one, the records that we're providing to those districts are accurate, and that we are timely putting on that new construction because it helps those jurisdictions to provide services to their communities. So that's really, really important for us to make sure that we're up to date on those types of changes. And lastly, the Arizona Department of Revenue has oversight of the assessor to ensure uniformity. Every year, we provide our entire tax roll to the Department of Revenue for them to review it through some statistical analysis to determine how uniform our values are, or how they compare to the market valuations. And they provide us with what's called a black box report. This black box report kind of tells us and gives us a grade of how well we're doing. And I'm happy to report that every year Coconino County actually exceeds the minimums of those black box reports, and our values are looking really good and consistent every single year. And again, just attributing to the work that the assessor's team does. It's a team effort, and there's a lot of moving parts and pieces to it. But they do a fantastic job, and again, just very, very proud of the work that they do. Is there any questions in regards to any of this? I know this is a lot of information, and it's really the cliff notes of kind of what we do. But I'll just take a quick second to see if there's any questions in regards to this slide here.
Thanks, Armando. Let me see if there are any questions at this time.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't seem like it.
Okay, we'll move on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so quickly want to talk about some of the assessor team, the teams that we have in the assessor's office, and also I guess how the structure of the assessor's office is laid out currently. So I've developed an assessment administration team to kind of help with all the moving parts and pieces that we're talking about. And basically we have some key positions within the office that we have delegated to focus on specific main areas of the office. And so these main areas are our administration and operations portion of our office. And you'll see some of the functions that specific process requires, which is overseen by my Chief Deputy, Casey Dorman. Our program manager, Jeremy Pittman, oversees the systems and statutory compliance, which, some of it is computer systems, some of it is just process systems. But a majority of, again, what he does too is also looks at the timelines and the statutory requirements of our office. We have over 100 statutory deadlines that we have to meet every single year. And so we have a database of basically all of the dates that need to be met. And that position and that function of our office keeps us on track to make sure that we're meeting those deadlines and planning for the next one. So it's a really, really big, important part of that.
And then the last division within our office, or main function within our office, is the appraisal division. And so our appraisal division is probably our biggest team. They are certified appraisers that have to go through some sort of level of education to be certified as an appraiser, to do any of the appraisal work and the field work. So we do have an appraisal manager who oversees that appraisal section, but it also includes litigation. And I know that some of you are familiar with that. We have different levels of litigation. We can have assessor level appeals that we do get from property owners that can be escalated to the Board of Supervisors through the Board of Equalization process, and then also to tax court, which we assist the county attorney and the Board of Supervisors on as kind of expert valuation office to kind of help answer those questions and kind of guide through that appraisal process. So we do participate in in the high level tax court litigation courses as well. So again, these are the three main functions, or the three delegated functions that we have within my office. And I personally oversee these, or direct reports to me, to ensure that we're meeting our statutory obligations. But usually, so like if the board has a question and it usually comes to me or my chief deputy, this is the team that's going to be able to answer 99% of the questions that you may have, or assist with any of the requests for data or statutory interpretations, things like that. This is kind of the go-to team within my office. So I just kind of wanted to put some names out there so you guys begin to get familiar with who those people are, and kind of the team that I rely on within my office to ensure our compliance with statutes. And then this is just more of a broader look at what the assessor's office looks like. So this is our organizational chart. It delegates our, kind of who's in charge of different operations, but it also kind of outlines the teams. And I think that's really kind of interesting, again, just for kind of your future reference, because we do talk a lot about the budget process, about projects that are happening on specific teams or within specific areas of the office. So just thought it would be helpful to have this as a reference. So just kind of quickly moving across the bottom here, we have our admin support team that's also tied with our cartography and title division. It is our customer service division, but they do a whole lot more than that. They are really our front line. They do a lot of technical work for the assessor's office, including the workflow process. So everything that comes to the assessor's office is digitized and put into a workflow and sent to supervisors or other team members to work on, so that we have kind of a continuity of kind of where things are going and how work is being flowed. We are just thankful not to have a paper process. We don't really utilize that. It's all electronic workflow, which also helps with our efficiency and making sure that we're keeping track of things. Within our appraisal division, we do have specific appraisers who are assigned a specific appraisal function. So we have a personal property and land division. Special projects division is our entry-level position that we've created to, it's kind of the introduction to being an appraiser. So this specific team works on a desktop review process, but they also have the opportunity to kind of shadow other appraisers within the office as an apprentice appraiser. And once they go through a process, which usually takes a year, they can then go to class and get their certification and then move up into other areas and work in a different function of the office. But it's kind of our team that kind of introduces individuals who just maybe have an interest and maybe don't have a background in appraisal to be introduced to what we do and kind of grow through the office into other functions. And then we have a residential and commercial team who focus on the residential and commercial properties across the county. And then lastly, our team of one with their supervisors, our systems admins, that keeps us on track with our statutory deadline, making sure that our systems are working properly,
creation of digital forms and workflows. A lot of those functions fall under the business application specialist and the systems admin team. So I wanted to give a quick overview of our budget. We do have a total budget of $2.3 million with 89% being salary. So most of the budget that we have is within our personnel staff. Our operations budget is $253,000. And also in that operations budget, we do have some temporary funding for an audit project that the Board of Supervisors had approved for us. So that's one of the projects. It includes 42% of our general operations budget currently. So it's not really 253 usually, but that's one of the projects that we will take and bring to the board through the budget process to report on how that project is going. And lastly, just wanted to touch on some of the priorities and major initiatives of the assessor's office. I'm a huge believer in partnership. And so certainly I would love to have some more opportunity to sit with you and talk about what we do and how we could help you in your functions as Board of Supervisors. But certainly community and partner outreach and education and just explaining what we do. I know sometimes that, you know, what we do is complicated, and I try to do my very best to kind of explain how we do things to property owners, to partners within the county, within the communities, so that we're being very transparent on how we're functioning as an office. So education is a huge importance to me. We look at cutting edge technology and best practices to reduce costs and create efficiencies. So again, through the budget process, we'll explain some of the things that we've done over the last year and talk about some of the improvements that we've done in utilizing technology and looking at our processes to see if we can make them better for not just ourselves, but for our constituents. And so we constantly work on improving ourselves as an assessor's office. We want to increase availability of virtual and accessible service. Again, we have a very large county, very diverse county, lots of accessibility issues in regards to just being in a large county that we're in. And so we do travel across the county to provide services within communities. Obviously, COVID has made that very difficult. And so we are trying to learn how to adapt to that and still be accessible to people in every corner of our county. It's important for me to do a complete review of all our properties to create equity and accuracy in the assessment role. Again, accuracy and fairness is one of the things we strive for. In order to do that, we need to make sure that we're reviewing what we're doing and making sure that everything is being done correctly. And so we do review all our properties in different forms and within each property division. And then just increase educational professional development for all the assessor staff. I'm proud to say in 2020, because we've had a couple vacancies occur within our office, but we've also seen 6 people within the office be promoted to a higher level position. So it kind of started a chain reaction where we had a bunch of promotions within the office, which has been fantastic. We've also had 6 appraisers attain a higher level appraisal certification this past year as well. So they've all
Can everybody hear Assessor Reese? Because I cannot hear him.
No, I just lost.
Madam Chair, I believe we lost him.
He disappeared.
Okay.
He did.
Well, let's see. Let's give it just a minute or so, see if he gets back on. If not, we can maybe we can bring him back in a little bit here for questions. I know he was wrapping up the presentation, but there may be some questions for him.
And he wanted to introduce his chief deputy also.
Yeah, I know. Hello?
We can hear you, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, why don't we just listen? Why don't we take just a quick break, like for let's take a 5-minute break and see if we can get in touch with him to see if he'd like to introduce his chief deputy, and then we'll move on to our treasurer. But let's we have enough time to take a break and just get some water, restroom break, and then come back on at let's do 2:30 and see if we can get him back on. Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Assessor, we're back. We'll be back on at 2:30, so just hang with us.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
We're going to start again. And so we just took a quick break and we're back. And we're back with our assessor, Assessor Armando Reese, and he's going to finish out his presentation. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I apologize for that. My computer shut off on me. Again, just
that has happened to all of us, so don't worry. And I'm not in a space where I can turn on my camera, so I apologize for that. But thank you so much for joining us again.
No worries. Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to finish out the presentation again with, you know, I do want to introduce to you all my new chief deputy. Unfortunately, I did lose my chief deputy to law school of all things. But I want to introduce to you all Casey Dorman. Casey's joined me as my chief deputy beginning in October. Casey was one of our team leaders within our office and one of those individuals who were promoted within the assessor's office. Super thankful to have her in her new role, doing a fantastic job, but I wanted the opportunity to introduce the existing and new board members to my chief deputy. Casey, can you turn your camera on and say hello?
Thank you, Armando. Hello, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Welcome, Supervisor-elect Kurtzman and Supervisor-elect Begay. Really looking forward to working with all of you on a more detailed-oriented type of basis. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Casey. And with that, that's really all I had for the presentation today. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have and go from there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Assessor Reese. And Casey, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I just want to thank you so much for all the fine work that you've done while you've been a member of the team and the work that you were doing and going to do. We're looking forward to working with you as well. Let me see if there are any questions.
Thank you so much.
Of course, yes. So board members and board members-elect, do you have any questions?
Just it's good to see you, Armando. Appreciate you, everything you do. Thank you.
Okay. Well, great. Then with that, then we'll go on to our next presenter, and that is Treasurer Sarah Benatar. Welcome, Sarah. And I know we're running a little early, so but I want to go ahead and see if we can just move on with the presentation to hers, because then that'll give us a little bit more time at the end to have our roundtable and our discussion. So welcome.
Thank you.
Hello?
Treasurer, you're muted.
Can you give me just 1 minute? I'm going to switch over to headphones so you don't hear
no problem.
the whole time.
Sure, of course, no problem.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, now we can hear you, yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I thought I would hop on early because it takes a little bit of time with Elena, and good thing I hopped on early. So my name is Sarah Benatar. I am the Coconino County Treasurer. I do have a quick slideshow that I'm sorry I forgot to to you guys. So I'm just going to share my screen, and then I will send this to Lindsay to make sure she gets out to everyone. Okay. All right. So hopefully your days are going, you're almost there. I think I'm the last one. So the County Treasurer's Office, this is just a little bit about myself and our office. I've been serving as County Treasurer since 2014. I hold the Certified Government Investment Professional, which is called CGIP, and that really is a special designation for investments in government. Our office has been recognized nationally for innovation in treasury management. So we have spoken nationally and internationally on the work that we do. We have also partnered with national organizations such as PayPal, Value Payment Systems, JP Morgan, and CoreLogic to publish white papers and case studies in areas such as e-commerce, cybersecurity, and treasury best practices. So a lot of times I get, what does the treasurer do? And so we're mostly known for property tax collection. But that's only a small piece truly of what we do. The bulk of what our office truly is serving as the bank, not just for the county, but all the taxing districts within the county, and managing the investment portfolio for all the taxing districts and the county itself. So I broke us down into those 3 areas. So property taxes, we do everything from mail out the tax notices, we collect and distribute to all the taxing districts, and we also manage the delinquency part, which is a collection. So for real property, which we sell those at the tax lien sale every February. So right now we're actually doing all the prep work that starts for the delinquent 2019 taxes that would get ready to be sold in February. When it comes to personal property, so that's like business personal property and mobile homes, the mechanism for collection is seizure. We issue a treasurer's bill to the sheriff's office, and they would seize the property, which we have not needed to do. We try and utilize other methods to get our delinquent personal property back to our hands. So I thought, quick tax calendar. I know this might seem like, well, I don't know the dates or anything. So a really good calendar, and this is for tax year 2020, which we're currently in. And so on January of every year, my little one thinks this is funny, sorry. On January of every year, a tax lien attaches itself to every property in Coconino County. And in order for that lien to be removed, you pay property taxes. And so in the summer, all the taxing districts are working on adopting their budget. In August, the Board of Supervisors, in August, the board adopts the tax rate and the assessor creates the tax roll. They then push it up to our office to process. We then work to prepare the notices, and we mail them usually in September of each year. And then fall, so in this case 2020, first half was due November 2nd because the first fell on a weekend. Full year is due on the 31st. And then we also in December work on mailing the delinquent notices that are required in statute for the 2020-19 taxes that will be sold at the lien sale. In February 2021, that's when we sell the lien for 2019 delinquent taxes. And then the second half, 2020 taxes is due May 1st. And then we will mail out delinquent notices for 2020 taxes in June. So in the realm of banking services, this is a huge piece of what we do. And we are responsible for receiving in all monies from grants to property taxes, federal funds for every county department and every taxing district, minus cities and towns located within the county. And so we also disperse monies This includes, we also do all warrants. So checks are called warrants. And every single warrant that is issued by every taxing district, including the county, we have to clear and certify within our office. We also are responsible for electronic transfers and electronic payments for fire districts and school districts. Anytime they want to pay a bill electronically, it has to be managed through our office. That's in statute. We also manage debt service needs for bonds issued by county, school districts, and special districts. For school districts specifically, and we must serve as a custodian of that. So we manage all of that for bonds for schools. Fire districts and other special districts can opt into it. We have a fire district that has opted into us, so we manage their repayment. We also manage all lines of credit for the bank, or sorry, all the lines of credit with the bank for the county, schools, and fire districts. So essentially no one can take out a loan unless they do it through our office. So that includes, again, all the fire districts, school districts, and the county itself. We also assist with payroll taxes. So actually right now, I believe all but one school district and all of the fire districts do their payroll through our office. So they utilize one of the bank accounts that we have, and we manage, we work with them to make sure the cash is there, et cetera. We also do, I'm gonna stop my video so I can get her out. We also manage e-commerce for most of the county departments, and also now for a number of taxing districts have been able to utilize our services. For those who don't know, I have a little one. I'm gonna put her on here so you can see her. Do you want to wave? Okay. We also do online banking support, so manage all the users, statements, reports. Right now we have over 7 bank accounts that are under the treasurer umbrella that we do that for, and that's every taxing district and most of the county departments. And we also reconcile all of our bank accounts, which ranges from 220 to 300 million. Today we're just over 280 million in our bank accounts. So funds on deposit with our office. This is a good breakdown. I like to show this so people can really see what the breakdown is on the cash we have on hand. So as I mentioned, we have just over $280 million on deposit with our office today. So of that, the bulk of it belongs to our school districts. That's 32.9%. The state right now makes up the next bulk. So that actually has to do with fines and fees that the courts collect that deposit with our office that then we are responsible for to transmit to the state treasurer's office. Then after that is the county, followed by special districts, and that special districts includes hospital districts, fire districts, sanitation districts, water improvement districts. Counties by county, those are taxes that we collect, but they are managed by another county. So Ash Fork Unified School District and Sedona Oak Creek Unified School District, for example, we do collect property taxes from them, and whatever we collect, we then remit once a month to Yavapai County Treasurer's Office, who is their bank. Along those same lines, Mojave County collects property taxes for Fredonia Unified School District that they then transmit to us as we manage. We are the bank for Fredonia. So our investment portfolio, this is the third big piece of what we do. And this is what I like to say is what we're least known for, but what can get us in the most trouble. And the reason why I say that is across the country, there have been incidents through the years of treasurers purchasing bad investment positions and then in some cases bankrupting the county. The best example of that is actually in Orange County. That happened in the 90s. So for us in Coconino, I personally manage about 85% of the portfolio. The remaining 15% is managed by PFM, which is a public finance management firm. They actually do have staff based here in Arizona, and their clients are all either government or hospitals. So they have a lot of expertise here in Arizona, and we actually utilize them for more short-term positions that I personally just don't have the capacity to do, which are more like treasury bills, munis is what we call them, things that have usually a 1-year duration or less. But right now we have just about over 260 million in investments. We have allocated an additional 50 million that we will be beginning to invest in right now. It's been an interesting time, and we're kind of exploring our options and investment opportunities simply because rates are near zero right now, given that we are in an economic recession. But we try and diversify pretty significantly. Corporate bonds, we do try to keep that at less than 25%. Agency bonds, money markets, local government debt. So that includes, for example, we have purchased a bond from Flagstaff Unified School District. We have also purchased a bond from City of Flagstaff. We have lent money to some of our fire districts. So we do like to invest locally when we can. And others, treasuries, CDs, CDARs, munis, things of that nature that we're allowed to invest in. And our priorities are safety, liquidity, and yield. So first of all, we want to make sure that all of our money is safe and accounted for. And then secondly, we want to make sure that we have enough cash on hand to meet statutory needs or needs of the districts. And then third, we of course would like to get a positive yield and a good rate on return. But that is not our driving focus. Safety and liquidity truly are. So right now during COVID, we've shifted our focus a bit to be even more proactive in some of the things that we do. So one of the things that we've been doing for quite some time has been a lot of data analysis and cash flow analysis. So I should take a step back and let you know that the Treasurer's Office, we focus on cash. Do you have the cash today to pay this bill that you are presenting? Similar to a bank. And if the answer is no, then we have to look at credit lines, things of that nature. We have to pay every bill, I should take a step back. Every bill that a district has told us is a valid warrant, we do have to pay for it. What we have to figure out is, do you have the cash to pay for it? If not, then we go down the credit line, lending, registering warrant side of house. So cash flow right now is really important, because what we started to notice even in the spring was that districts were having a lot of new out-of-pocket costs, and they weren't necessarily getting the money right away. And so, you know, we would have districts say, hey, I have this, it's in my budget. Again, my response is, you can have it in your budget, but I don't have the cash today. So we need to figure this out. So one of the big things that we thought we would do, because a lot of the districts we do work with rely heavily on property tax collection, is really figure out what property tax would look like. And something that we got from working with Wells Fargo, their lending division, as well as CoreLogic, between those two, it accounts for over 80% of all of the escrow accounts within Coconino County. We got feedback that we would be seeing an increase in full year tax collections by December 31st compared to prior years. So this graph right here is what I'm anticipating that we will be collecting the bulk of our 2020 taxes by December 31st compared to prior years. But we're still anticipating, and we are seeing when we do a deep dive into our first tax collections, that we are behind prior years. And I'm anticipating a 7% uncollected rate, which is 93% collection rate, which usually we're in the 98, 99. So cash flow needs again, the red is actually for this year, and then the purple and blue are the prior 2 years. So we are trending, pretty in line. We did have a little bit more in terms of overall collected in October, but that's more attributed to full year versus first half. And then in November, though, we did see a decrease compared to the other years. So December, you will see in the red, I'm anticipating it to be higher.
You lost your desktop, Sarah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can. Okay. Can you see this now?
Yes.
Sorry. So we're anticipating, so the November actuals were less than what we had even the last 2 years. And we're anticipating December to be higher than we are used to. But again, that's going to be attributed to more full year collection. First half collection is down. And then when you start looking at the other months, you can see I'm accounting for, as a result of full year, our April cash flow will be significantly less than what we're used to. So it may seem like you have more cash on hand is what I'm telling the districts, but the reality is you just have your cash up front. Another thing we've been looking at is the 10-year treasury rate, because that does impact our investment portfolio. And so, when you look at the Great Recession, you can see the orange is 2008 and the green is 2009. You can see when it did start to drop, but then you can see how it started to pick up by the end of within a year after it happened. And pretty quickly it started to pick up. So when you go over, I'm having all of the problems today. Okay, sorry about that. So when you go over here to the COVID pandemic, you can see that. You can see that we were starting to decline. I'm sorry. And we had been anticipating going into an economic recession, but we were not anticipating clearly COVID. And so we were starting to see a decline. But then you can see this.
Treasurer Benatar, would you like for us to take a quick, maybe 5-minute break?
If you don't mind, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Yeah, 5 or 10 minutes. What would be better?
5 minutes maybe be fine.
Okay, well, we'll come back at 3 o'clock. How's that?
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we're back, and thank you for the quick break. We're going to now go back with our treasurer, Sarah Benatar. Treasurer Benatar?
Thank you.
And you might be on mute because I don't have any sound yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. Thank you for that. I think that's part of being a mom,
So it's a
right?
little soft. Can everybody else hear?
Is this better?
It's not better for me, but I'll put in a headset and see if that will help. Can everybody else hear? Okay, maybe people can't hear. That's why they're not answering me.
Okay.
I can hear you, Liz.
You can hear. Okay, can you hear Treasurer Benatar?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay, so sorry, going back to the slide right here, what I was trying to just focus on is that right now interest rates are near zero, and the 10-year Treasury is still below 1%. That had never happened in history until March, which was at the beginning of the pandemic. And so I think anytime I start talking, my little one wants to join. So right now we're just anticipating rates are going to stay near zero. The Feds have said that will be the case until about 2023. So when we start looking about what our investments will look like, we're being very cautious, which is why we're not deploying as much as we usually have. We're really being strategic at how we're going to deploy that. So at the end of FY20, the 2-year Treasury was only at 0.16. Our rate of return was at 1.52. What helped us was that we've always looked at our investment portfolio in a very strategic way. And so we stagger positions. We don't just buy callables. We just don't buy one type of bond. We really diversify it so then that way when economic recessions and rates fall, we're able to weather it much better than if we had stacked our portfolio in a certain way. Again, that means we don't always get the best rate of returns, but it does weather the storm pretty well when we do have those economic dips. So right now, what does that mean for us and what we think that's going to look like over the next couple years, and what we're following closely is just what the economy is going to look like. So something that we have noticed has this virus has disproportionately impacted our more low to middle class workers versus our higher wage earners. And that is something that we are following closely because what we're starting to see, so we're partnering with CoreLogic to do a deep dive into our delinquent taxes. And what we're starting to notice is that those who are having a hard time paying and our increases in delinquencies are tied to businesses, specifically small businesses, and also those who qualify for exemptions, which means our property owners who, for example, don't have a mortgage on their property anymore, or they are lower, they do have a lower wage than some of our other property owners, and that's why they qualify for an exemption. So that's a bit concerning and alarming to us. So we're following that closely because, again, that's what we're seeing will be attributed to a lower property tax collection rate. We're going to also anticipate we're going to remain in economic recession. Unemployment will remain high. Consumer confidence will continue to fall. The Feds have already said they're going to keep rates at near zero until 2023 the earliest. That's not a good sign. That has honestly never happened. So again, just the state of the economy is not good. That impacts our office from interest rates to credit lines to cash flow to our investment portfolio. So that's why we follow this pretty closely. And then again, just picking up that we are anticipating revenue collections to be low for at least this fiscal year, probably next fiscal year. And this is just a quote from Chairman Powell of just you know, really, again, it's going to be rough. And even unemployment rates, you know, even when there's a vaccine, there's going to be a group of workers who are going to need help. And we're starting to see that in our office. So that's just a quick, sorry, overview of the treasurer's office. And I don't think, stop share. Okay. So does anyone have any questions for me as to what we do? Anything like that?
Madam Treasurer, we're getting the chair back in here. Just hang with us for 2 seconds.
Thank you. Let me just see if we can hear me now. Can you hear? Okay, super. Well, thank you, Treasurer Benatar. I appreciate that presentation. Let me see if there are any questions.
No, but thank you very much. Good to see you, Sarah Benatar. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor-elect Horstman. I appreciate that.
Okay. Any comments?
Yeah, ditto. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, well then if there are no further questions, then we look forward. Oh, Supervisor Fowler, did you have a question? Okay, I don't think so. It looked like she wanted to say something, but I think we're good. So thank you so much for your presentation, Treasurer Benatar, and we look forward to working with you in the next year here. I'm sure we'll see you before then, but thank you very much for the orientation.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. So now that leads us to our roundtable. This is an opportunity for us just to talk about any of the presentations today, any questions we might have. I do have a couple of things I want us to talk about, and that is that we'd like to get the feedback from existing board members and board members elect regarding the swearing in, the installation of board members, and so the actual ceremonial part. So I do have that on my agenda to speak about that, and then to talk a little bit about just where we're at in terms of getting offices set up and getting your computers and everything ready for you. I know a lot of that's already been happening, so maybe just a little bit talking about what is needed so that you can start hitting the ground 1st of January. So, but let's first talk about any of the presentations and any questions that you might have saved to the end, any observations you'd like to share.
Well, I can thank you all very much for your extensive PowerPoints and your extensive overviews of the various departments, various programs. It's amazing what the county does, and it comes home very loud and clear when everybody starts going through the various projects and within the various departments. So first and foremost, I want to extend my great appreciation to the Board of Supervisors who have put this together, and their wonderful staff, the county manager and Eric, and the department, the deputy county managers and the department heads. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate this. I'm looking forward to getting all the PowerPoints. I'm one of those people that needs to read something. And so I really appreciate that. And again, thank you for all your efforts. You're going to make my job trying to come in and hit the ground running much easier. And I'm sure Judy feels the same way. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Supervisor-elect Begay, did you have any questions about the presentations or any comments or observations you wanted to share? And you might be on mute. Okay, I know that I see Supervisor-elect Begay. I don't know if she's having any technical problems, but Supervisor-elect Begay, I was just asking if you had any observations or any questions about the presentations before we go on to the next subject.
Good afternoon. I'm still here. There's a lot to digest, you know, as far as along the presentations that were done, and I just have some questions, but I've been meeting with the departments already. I've been scheduling them so I can do one-on-one with them. But I think, you know, this session was really great, and I really feel that I'm learning a lot of information that is being given to us, and it's going to certainly help in the long run as to how we're going to be doing our jobs and getting our job done. So, and I'm really glad that, you know, everybody's willing to work together, because that's the only thing that will make things to happen is people wanting and willing to work together, communicate, you know, communication, and just actually being there for one another. So I just want to say that's my observation. And I think the other things that this morning I kind of mentioned something about, you know, more of the partnerships and enhancing of services, you know, throughout the district. And that's something that I want to, you know, make sure that we talk about, because I know there are opportunities, more opportunities, and I know there's some issues regarding certain things, but you know, it's workable. You know, even, you know, in any situation, anything can happen if we all work together. But I'm really glad that, you know, that I feel that the department heads are very knowledgeable in their area of expertise, and you know, that's going to really help us. And I'm pretty sure, you know, the people that are working, you know, with them are the same too. So I just want to say thank you for you know, letting me be part of this team, and I will certainly want to be a team player myself too. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members that wish to comment?
Oh gosh, where did I go? Yeah, actually, I'll just follow up real quick. I really appreciate how we've been adapting to where we are right now. You know, the big hope, what we usually do with these is try and get us all together in an informal nature, wander through the departments. It's important for staff to see us, as well as it gives us a better opportunity to ask questions, go back and forth. We're really inhibited on the exchange of dialogue in this format. So, you know, and that we can enhance it and provide that opportunity. You know, as noted, we do have very special people, a lot of good people that are working to fulfill, you know, our statutory obligations, and even more importantly, to consider the human element and the importance of touching people. We've just gone through a couple of departments and some of the elected officials. We didn't hit everybody out there. But look forward to it. I want to thank everybody for what they've done so far. And again, this is just the beginning. So thank you. And I'm somewhere hidden over here. I shifted into
Ryan?
I shifted into a cooking chair.
Vice Chair Fowler, anything that you wanted to add in terms of observations, thoughts?
So Lena was, she had texted me earlier. She was having difficulties with her signal, which was inhibiting her from getting in.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to her if she has anything. So yes, so I think what we learned, what I think was demonstrated today is number one, we have a very hardworking group of folks that are directing our departments and working our departments. You know, really outstanding elected officials. We have people who have been nimble and flexible during COVID with a strong commitment to public service and delivering services, working our way through the pandemic. And I think Supervisor-elect Horstman said it right. I mean, it's like the breadth of services that the county provides, how we touch our people's lives is just sometimes, wow, it's just, I think it's so great. And I think with counties, you know, sometimes we're the best kept secret. We touch everybody's lives in numerous ways. And when you actually get to see it all in one day, just a high level view, of course, today of all the services, we couldn't touch on everything. It's pretty awesome in terms of what the county does and how we impact residents. And so we'll continue to keep on working in the learning process, but I thought today was a really good overview. And I do want to thank everyone for their presentations, for the work that went into it, and for communicating, you know, what you do at a very kind of 30,000 foot level. So I would like to talk a little bit about the swearing in ceremony. I think there was a little bit mention of it earlier today, but usually we do have a swearing in ceremony that is in person, that is, you know, quite lovely. And we invite, you know, family, friends, supporters to come to the swearing in and to a reception. You know, it's a time for photos. It's a time for that really important ceremonial part of starting our next 4 years or first 4 years in office. And so obviously, as you saw at our meeting that we had on Tuesday, that the pandemic continues to spread at an alarming rate. And Coconino County is not immune to that. We are also seeing our numbers go up. And so, you know, with the holidays, the winter holidays, and with the new year, I think we can all project that those numbers are going to continue to rise. And so I wanted to check in with each of you to see what your level of comfort is regarding an in-person swearing in versus a virtual swearing in. If we were to have an in-person swearing in, we feel like it would be best to have it on 2 nights, one night being the board, or one evening or afternoon being the Board of Supervisors, taking turns. And then the next day and next afternoon would be the other county elected officials who would be sworn in. And so otherwise, we could do a virtual ceremony. Tomorrow, the county manager Jane, and I, and also have a meeting with our other county elected officials, and I will be asking them the same question: just what is their level of comfort in terms of having something that is in person versus virtual. So if it were a little bit more information about if it were to be in person, we would be rotating through. So for example, you know, Supervisor-elect Horstman would be sworn in, and then she could invite who she would like to invite. We'd have to, depending on the space that we use, if we use the boardroom downstairs, I mean, obviously it'll be limited in terms of the number of people that could attend. If we were to use the Coconino Center for the Arts, which we can use as well, that is a county building. If we were to have folks there, we could probably increase the numbers for each supervisor as they rotate in. Have a break, clear the room, then bring in the next supervisor to be sworn in. And all of us, whether you're a seated supervisor or a new supervisor, we are signing our oath of office. That is the official documentation that we need to be supervisors and to be in our capacity. And so you're all signing an oath of office that Lindsay, the clerk of our board, will provide you. That will be signed very shortly here. That is the official document, but we do understand that the ceremonial aspect is really important. We had Judge Sladen scheduled to administer the oath of office. However, we do know as well that it does not need to be a judge. It could be a family member, a friend, a significant other that can also administer the oath of office. So I'll put it out there and see what you all think. Supervisor Ryan?
Liz, actually, we had gone into this conversation quite a bit when you weren't here. Lena introduced it.
Good. Okay.
My understanding is Lena is on the phone, and I would suggest that we reach out to Lena to capture the conversation.
Okay, super. So, Lena, you want to give us an idea of where what was discussed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize, didn't get a chance to update you.
Oh, no problem.
I'm having computer issues now. My computer volume is not working. So anyway, that's why I'm on the phone. So anyway, yes, this morning we did have a conversations and we all decided that virtual is the best, and all the electeds will be sworn in on January 4th and the same time. And our county attorney double checked with Rose, and Rose, our county attorney, sent out an email to us saying that it is that she confirmed that we can do it virtually.
Great. And then that same email, as I read, is that that it doesn't necessarily need to be administered by a judge. It could be the oath of office could be administered by anyone.
Yes.
Okay. Super. Great. Well, then that sounds lovely. Were the other elected officials included in that conversation or not yet? So just so I know to broach that tomorrow. They were.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So,
super. Go ahead.
Those that were present.
Okay.
Yeah, Liz, go
ahead,
Lena,
Matt.
if I can add, actually a lot of the discussion is we're just at such a high rate now from a public safety perspective. It certainly is a wise thing to do it electronically. And as from a leadership perspective with role with health, another element that fits in there, as Lena just said, we had a couple of the elected officials. Part of the conversation back was that just for the sake of making sure we extend that courtesy, we should still reach out to the other elected officials. But it seemed like a pretty concerted effort of it really does make sense to do this electronically.
Sure. Okay, great. Well, I will let the other elected officials know tomorrow when we have our meeting with them that is the route that we would like to take. And I do feel like it makes great sense. And at the same time, we're also trying to, model what we would like for our county residents to do. And so I would, I think that's, very, very wise. So thank you very much for that. Okay. So Supervisors Fowler and Ryan, what else in terms of to cover that you that's on your mind?
Well, geez, that's a big question.
Yeah.
Did you want to define that a little more? Are you looking
Sure.
at for
I'm just looking
today, or
at
are you
maybe
looking at future, or what?
for today and for future. I mean, I would like to, is there anything today just in hearing departments that, you know, that you want to share in terms of like, you know, on the ground, how it really happens or processes or anything just from, you know, your point of view from your seat that you want to convey today?
Yeah, I think I already said a little bit of it, Liz. I think, you know, with time, you know, a big piece of this is we have a new board that we're going to come together and we'll get to know each other and provide the opportunity for all of us, you know, to come together on our input on direction and what we're doing. In the meantime, counties are complicated. We have a lot of duties that we're responsible for, and it takes a long time to get up to speed. But knowing that we have the opportunity to continue to keep helping out, provide the information. You know, if we didn't cover all departments, I think we need to gradually do that. I think over time, it would be good, you know, once it's safe, to get out there so that we can actually see who's doing what and how broad a scale they do cover, because we're really just touching the tip of the iceberg for all that each of the departments do. It seems comprehensive, and yet, boy, if you go over there and you go into the department, it's like, wow, it's amazing. So I think those would be really good opportunities. I know we have it on the schedule for next year to bring this board together, to have that potential for a more relaxed conversation. So that would be good for that. You know, other elements of, you know, we still have to work our way through different committees, but it wouldn't hurt for particularly the new soups to look at what our committees are. There are some, you know, there that we might want to continue on those that are currently here, in that maybe we have leadership roles associated with them. But you know, it's a good one to start looking at, because we have organizations out there that are actually waiting for the appointments to occur so that they can get on with their business for what they do. Because we you know, we fulfill several different roles, and this is a piece associated with the committees for that. You know, we'll get further and further into just conduct amongst the board, you know, simple things like mutual courtesy, that kind of thing. You know, we've been over that kind of stuff in the past. We revisit it now and again. It just helps us in our communication with each other. Again, you know, the olive branch out there, I certainly don't know everything, but you know, some of us have had time here that, you know, you might be going through an issue with your community that we may have been through it a few times, and you know, offer the opportunity, you know, to offer suggestions if you're willing to hear and see from that perspective. So you know, I think it's not all going to happen in a day. We're going to need to, you know, keep helping each other get information, wander through the departments, and see what they do. So that's just kind of my you know, quick summary as I'm thinking about what's going on here. Thanks, Liz.
Sure, thank you. Well, I do want to, just because we're going to have a meeting right after our swearing in terms of like literally the, you know, the next day, I do just want to go over just a tiny bit of that, just in preparation of the January meeting and everybody just jumping right in. And so I will say this, I'm going to talk a little bit about the chair of the board role. And of course, we'll get into this when we get into our retreat. But in addition to running the meetings, the chair and the vice chair, they do go over the agendas. At least one of them is in agenda review. And if one of them cannot attend, then usually another supervisor will be part of agenda review, and just looking at the agendas, ensuring we have enough time to discuss issues, and providing some input to the board agendas. The chair does have a role in terms of sitting on specific boards where the chair is required. The chair, of course, signs off on all documents that come before the Board of Supervisors in our meetings. The chair is also the official spokesperson for the Board of Supervisors and speaks on behalf of actions taken for the board as well as for the county. And the chair also has a role of helping facilitate a number of different situations, meeting with the county manager, providing perspective, what the board's perspective might be on various issues, getting a heads up when there's emergencies and board gets that. The chair is usually the first person that is called. There are a number of other duties that we'll go through, but also, trying to facilitate the approaches that boards take, facilitating conversations with, other governments when it's a role like chair to chair or chair to mayor. There's a role there. And then in and amongst ourselves, there's times when, there will be, usually the chair will sit down on a monthly basis, if not every couple of weeks, with each board member just to see how things are doing, doing a check-in, seeing, if there are any issues. And sometimes we also have some, kind of difficult conversations as well, basically trying to make sure that each board member, understands their role on the Board of Supervisors. The chair assists with that as well. And that is a big job of the chair, is having those types of conversations. When we are in board meetings and there is a issue pertinent to a specific district, we usually offer the courtesy of deferring to that county supervisor to provide us what the insight is from the district perspective. You will probably notice that a lot, for example, in land use issues. If there's an issue that comes before a specific district, we see that quite a bit in liquor licenses as well, because it's usually the supervisor that knows most about his or her district. So we do extend a courtesy to usually hear from that supervisor first regarding those issues when we're on the dais. And we usually extend the courtesy of allowing that supervisor to make the motion, whether it be a motion to approve or disapprove or whatever the motion would be. We usually extend that courtesy to that particular supervisor to make that motion because it is from his or her district. Just staff and board interaction. I think at the last orientation, we talked about the county's values, and we'll go a little bit more into that, and our organizational renewal and our appreciation for not only appreciation, but our responsibility to ensure we have a diverse, inclusive, and equitable organization. And so we do want to live out those values as county supervisors. And one of those is, just everything that we're doing, having underlying respect for one another, not only respect for each of us as board members, but also respect for the staff. And so in that light, it's always a matter of conduct agreement that in a board meeting, if there is a disagreement with a board member or there's a disagreement with staff, that we always do that in a kind and respectful way. We can certainly disagree on ideas and disagree on perspective, but we never, ever take that to a personal level. And that goes for board and staff. And I always like to say, we don't take staff to task in public. That's not something that we do. If you have a major disagreement, it's okay to say that, but those conversations do not need to be had in the public. And I know that all of us are professionals and all of us have had roles on boards before and know to do that. But I feel like with every board, when we first start, we just put that out on the table because we believe in having courageous conversations as well. And, having leadership expectations of one another. So we always approach all of our work with professionalism, with kindness, and with leadership. For the January meeting, we are going to have a full meeting. So our very first meeting in January. And so I know that we'll probably have, I'm sure the county manager and the county manager's team will be, if they haven't already, will be contacting you and the clerk just to make sure you're prepared for that meeting and offering their assistance for any questions you might have for that meeting. I think that's it for now. Supervisor Ryan and Vice Chair Fowler, just anything in addition to that in terms of just some of the quick agreements that we have in place as supervisors with one another?
Yeah, I have a couple of things, but I'll defer to Lena. She hasn't had a chance to say.
Okay. Vice Chair Fowler?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say for now, get to learn your district and some of the issues that are there currently, and just really study some of the issues that are coming, and especially those issues that are coming back to the board. Those are or out moving on its way to the board. Some of those issues, it's really important to get to know your communities. We each have our own districts and work within those districts and really get to know our communities in those in the districts. So and then just working together, and we work on a lot of projects. We really support each other, giving each other's heads up on things. I think it's really important. So that's what we try to do with one another, and just trying to give everyone a heads up, sometimes just things that we're working on. I know there's a lot of departments, and we usually work through our county manager to work with these departments, and that way he's aware of all the all the issues that we're working together on with the various departments. So I would add that. Supervisor Ryan? Or Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan. Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah, really good points, Lena. Along that line, another courtesy is if there's a land-based issue and they're reaching out to you, but it's somebody else's district, courtesy would be to pass it over to that supervisor. I know we want to help everybody, but you could have a supervisor come and try and solve a problem in your district, and they don't fix it, and you're left with it and what to do within your district. So it's nice to offer that courtesy and make them aware of it. While that's one element. The other thing is, it seems like, oh gosh, we're going to have the holidays. It's going to be low key. It's not. Unfortunately, we're going to get into it pretty quick. First meeting, fortunately, I don't think we have land-based issues associated with it, but it gets you right into a meeting. Second meeting, we're going to have to be at that point hoping to select those committees, get it over with, set those up immediately. The following month, and your prep, I would hope, if you're not doing it this month, that immediately you get over to community development, because these land hearings that we have coming in, they're not small ones. They're controversial and they're bigger. So it would be probably very helpful for you to visit with community development staff, get an understanding of what the issues are, how the processes work, what the recommendations are, and for Supervisor-elect, oh my gosh, Judy, I can't think of your last name right now. Sorry, that's bad. I apologize. But we were hoping to finish off and have the controversial discussion associated with the Happy Jack Lodge. That one was postponed, so you'll have a big one in your district right away. A lot of people will probably they'll be reaching out to all of us, but they'll probably be reaching out to you. But this is another reason that, you know, as you noted, the importance of touching bases with the manager and staff. This is one that we're going to be in the middle of some pretty long hearings. So not just for you, but for all of us. There are some that I thought, as much as I'd like to say, oh, we'll move into it slowly, everybody will get up to speed. Instead of drinking from the water fountain, we might get it from a fire hose. It's coming in quick here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Supervisor-elect Torstman, go ahead.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, and also Supervisor Ryan, it's my understanding, last I looked, Happy Jack is in District 1. And as you may know, I've talked with some of you, I have a conflict with the Happy Jack issue, and so I will have to recuse myself. So I'm going to give you a heads up on that now.
Yeah, clarification. It's in District 4, but you have a conflict from District 1. Well, just you have a conflict. Yeah. Yeah, Happy Jack is down Lake Mary Road. Right? You seem surprised, Patrice.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a number of
Yes, it
issues
is in District 4. Just to clarify, thank you.
There's those ones that are just on the edge. We used to have, before the last redistricting, we used to have where like one side of the street was District 2 and the other side of the street was District 4. So, you know, there are some of those places that are like that look like they're might be right on the edge.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that. And Judy, good luck. But I do apologize. I know that is a difficult one, and I'm very sorry to have to recuse myself.
Yeah. Actually, I'll say, or you could be 8 years on the board and you find out in another community that you never knew you represented, like I have. So, you know, I go through time and it's like, oh, I didn't even know that community was out there. Oh my gosh.
I'm taking it off my list right now, man.
Right. Yes. So, yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And we're here to help too. It's, of course, and offer just some of the lessons we've learned. Some of them that are hard lessons that have been learned, and others that you just kind of learn with time, being in this role. And so I personally want to extend myself to both of you, Patrice and Judy, to you know, just provide any insight that I possibly can to you. And you know, this is just, it's really exciting. It's exciting to you know, start with a new board, start with a new year, start with just bringing in some new perspectives. It's really, I'm just really looking forward to it. It really makes it makes our jobs every 4 years are to be, can be completely different from the last. And so really excited for the two of you to start. Other things?
Yep, we're very excited, and I just think that just the more we can work together, it'd be great. And then just really understand if there's issues in different districts, we usually let each other know, and then we, as district supervisors for those areas that are within our district, we address those. So that's how we usually work together. So.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be times often that a constituent may call and they may not know that it's they're not in your district. And so like if a constituent calls me and it's about maybe, perhaps an issue in, another district, District 4, then because we all share boundaries, then, I just make sure that they're in my district. And then I usually tell them, you're not in my district. I mean, I'm happy to help, but have you contacted the other, your district supervisor first? Just, as a courtesy, I would, ask that you contact, that person. They may know more about the issue. And so then I will let give the information on how to contact that supervisor. I will then send an email to the supervisor saying, this person just contacted me. It's about this issue. I asked them to contact you, but here's their information for follow-up. And then, usually that supervisor will make that contact, and then they'll let the supervisor that was originally contacted, where it's not their district, they'll let them know, well, thanks a lot, I'll take it from here, or thanks a lot, it's been taken care of, they'll do that. And so there's different ways to handle that, but that's what we usually do, just maintaining that communication with one another. Otherwise it's, I may be working on something in my district where I'm working on this issue, and, you may not know. And then if you start getting involved in my district, that's probably not going to have a good outcome, because I may already be working on it, or I already will have solved it, but maybe that person doesn't like the answer. And that's where I might have more history, or, be able to provide some more insight around that. We try to do the best to accommodate everyone and to give folks what would be a positive outcome to them, but that cannot always happen. And so sometimes people will get upset and they'll be like, oh, well, I'll just go to another supervisor, see if I can get a different outcome. And that's not good.
And that does occur.
It does occur.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Or if I may, Liz,
sure.
Just free flow of conversation.
Sure.
But I mean, there are opportunities where we can cross over boundaries and work together, depending upon what the issues are.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping in mind the open meeting law and not to violate that. But it might be. For instance, would be District 1 and District 3. We have a lot of crossover issues along our boundaries that occur. So it's, there are opportunities that we can come together and work on issues in that kind of way, which is really good. Or there are other.
Can I just
please?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Ryan, just before you go on, can I just say like an example of that? So in District 4, so Judy, in your district, the Donny Park area, and then my district, the Timberline Fernwood area, we're adjacent to one another. And it's really seen as like the broader regional area of Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood. So right now we're engaged in an area plan together where we have put together a joint committee, District 2 and District 4, of residents to work on, what do they see for the future of their area, of their neighborhoods for the next 10 to 20 years. And so going through a visioning process, a planning process to inform, community development and future land use and transportation, et cetera, out there for that regional area in specific. And so we have a lot. So those are like joint efforts that we may do, jointly, because our districts those neighborhoods are so closely aligned with one another, and it's more of a region. Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan. I just want to get in that example.
No, that's a really good one. No, I was just going to follow up with part in humor and part in like, oh my gosh, this is a hot potato. Oh no, that's not in my district. Hey, I just saw the district line. Here, this one's here, you can have this one. And I have a few maybe I want to give away from my district. But anyway. But yeah, sometimes, or there are other situations where, I'll be dealing with an issue and oh my gosh, I can't figure it out. But, I might reach over to Liz or to Ward or, to Paul Babbitt, depends on who and when, say, gosh, this is what I have going on, but I don't know what to do, and you always have staff and you have Jimmy to talk to, but sometimes it's, you have another soup that maybe they've been through it and, or they can help. I often reach out and I might be reaching out to you to help me think through a situation. So, there are a lot of different circumstances. It varies.
And then our assistants usually work together all the time, and that's a lot of times that's really key. They usually know what we're working on, and it's really good for our assistants to really stay in touch on a constant basis so there's that constant communication going. And then they link in with Lindsay and they all work together as well. So just want to add that. Mm-hmm. A whole network of great partnerships.
Okay, well, we still have time to talk if we want to talk about anything else further. I mean, we still have some time in case there's anything else on people's minds.
Chair Archuleta.
Sure, go ahead.
Wow. Sounds like I'm in class right now. And Patrice, after 30 years, you're just gonna dump me?
I think our offices are right next door to each other.
But anyway, I just want to say thank you. I think we really need to identify which projects are overlapping or maybe overlapping so that, we're not falling between the cracks. So thank you for, Liz, for letting me know that that plan is being worked on. And I think a lot of our districts are kind of like where we have to work together anyway. So I'm excited and it's good to know. And a lot of stuff that's being brought up, and certainly come to January 1st, we have to, I'm thinking that I'm gonna hit the ground running. And so I'm trying to do as much as I can on a lot of things that being sent to me, and binders, and Lindsay and Jimmy, you've been great help, and Lena, everyone on the board. And Matt wants to have lunch with me or coffee with me, and I said, if you have 8 or more hours, yeah, we can, because you like to talk and I like to talk too, so more than just a cup of coffee to eat late and hours. So anyway, but I just want to say thank you for everyone. Johnny, so that's the way I feel. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and it's just been the 4 years. It's just going to come and go in no time. While we're still planning on this, and we've done this and closing out the previous projects. It's just like going round and round. But we will manage, and we do have our support team from the county manager and all the departments. So the presentations that came, I was really happy with that. And they're willing to help. A lot of times when you go into an organization, people want to withhold information, and they don't want to come forth and say, can we help? How can we help? So those type of things. But like I said, I'm very happy I just want to get started on some projects, but I just want to say thank you again. I don't know how many times I said thank you, but that's just the way I feel. You know, I like people. I like to work and help people. I've been a public servant for 45 years plus, and you know that I enjoy it. And so I just want to say, yeah, Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor-elect, and then Super-elect Patrice, and myself, and also Art and Jim. Those are, you know, I'm pretty sure they did a lot for their communities that they served and worked with. So normally, you know, when somebody helps you and they're willing to help, and you try to understand, put yourself in people's shoes to deal with them, and it's how you help them. And that's always been my motto. So thank you, Chair.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, thank you. And yes, you can't say thank you enough. That's the good news. And you truly can't say thank you enough. So I really thank you to all. And I really want to especially mention, you know, Lindsay Daly and Jimmy Jane have been absolutely fabulous on, you know, trying to help on getting the equipment. And as Supervisor-elect Judy Begay has said, so that we can hit the ground running. And then, so I really want to thank them. And I also need to really have a shout out to Art, who has spent a considerable amount of time with me going through the issues in District 1, giving me his perspective on things that are going on within the district. Even Happy Jack for some reason, but anyway, so I really want to thank Art. And then I am very, very fortunate because I also have Michelle Ralston at my side as well. And she has been able to carry on with the work that she did with District 1 with Art and to help me. And so I just want to acknowledge that and how unbelievably helpful she has been and patient, especially with me trying to get up to speed with all the tech issues. And so I want to thank them. And then last, of course, and not least, every single member of the Board of Supervisors that are on this board or on this screen right now have reached out after the election and called to say, hey, do you need anything? What can we do? You have any questions? And that's pretty amazing. And it really talks about the collegial aspects of the Board of Supervisors. And it is why I wanted to run to be on this Board of Supervisors. So I want to again extend my great thanks to all of you. I am so looking forward to this. I think we're going to make a dynamic team for our community, and I know we'll be able to do great things. So thank you all very, very much. I really appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. So now that all the, you know, the courtesies are done, Patrice just quickly conflicted out. She dumped us also, Judy. And you know, we had her for a hearing officer. We had her as an attorney for our Board of Equalization. And then I just saw her hand a hot potato back again, you know, that, and Lena, don't listen to anything Lena says, okay?
All joking, right? All joking,
Yeah,
of course.
that is.
All in
joking.
jest. Yes.
I don't know.
We have to have.
He was on mute. I didn't hear anything Matt said.
No, we didn't hear him. Yeah. Right. So no, we do. What is it that the other night we said we do serious work, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. And we do have to have humor as well in our work and in our lives. And so it should be, what we do should be enjoyable. That's for sure. And we all have a part in making it that way, making it enjoyable. Okay, well, with that, then I will see if County Manager Jane has anything else for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the supervisors and the supervisors-elect for the family discussion today. I think as we end the day, we're reminded of we are family. There can be, some give and take and some fun times, but it's just really been a great opportunity to interact with our other elected officials and members of our team from throughout our organization. Chair Archuleta, as you said earlier, and the cool work that we do. I look forward to more conversation with the board as we learn and we grow, together. Many of you, Supervisor-elect Horstman and Supervisor-elect Begay, have already scheduled meetings with our departments, but obviously they stand ready to meet with you and to further pull apart and answer your questions. And Madam Chair, I would just finally say just happy holidays to all of you and those that you care about. Be well.
Thank you. Okay, well then I think that's it for this afternoon, and we will see all of you in the new year, if not before. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other before that as we get ready to move in and get everything all settled. All right, so with that, yes, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.